2024.
The page again?
It's page 74 to 80.
74 to 80.
Yes.
James Mutua Chao.
James Mutua Chao, yes.
I, James Mutua Chao, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this honorable commission is the truth and the only truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Okay, thank you, Chair. As I've introduced myself, my name is James Mutua. I'm a resident of Taita Taveta, being born there. And currently, I'm working with the county government of Taita Taveta as a trained surveyor and a trained physical planner. And I've been working with the county government of Taita Taveta. This is my 8th year. I also bear an experience of 10 years working for both private and public service. And since I'm working with the county government of Taita Taveta, I've been involved in several occasions in trying to provide or assisting the county government in getting solutions, especially on matters to do with disputes, both internal and external boundary disputes within the county government of Taita Taveta. Chair, I've also visited the area that is of contention, both in Mtito and Ei, between Taita Taveta and Makueni, and also in Makinon between Taita Taveta and Kwale. And also through my working within the county government, I've also had an opportunity to peruse through several information and documents that were previously being handled by the district commissioner in regard to the boundaries, as well as I've also interacted with various elders within the county government who have also been assisting us in terms of trying to pinpoint the areas where they have been knowing to be part of their boundaries since the pre-colonial period. So with that has given me a chance to be able to understand better how the boundaries are, how they look like. And to add on that, according to the information that we have been gathering, we as trained professionals usually say that in a layman language, previously boundaries were supposed to be denoted through physical features. This include hills, rocks, rivers, and sometimes they also used permanent physical man-made features like the old railway lines. We also have beacons, and sometimes we call them monuments. And again, there was also the use of cultural sites like shrines to be able to define boundaries within the country. So with that, it means that we can be able to properly, with the help of our elders and even our technical expertise, to be able to better understand and be able to define our boundaries without any conflict. So in brief, that is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutua. I'll just ask you a very, very brief questions before I hand you over to the commission. Did you visit the site at Mtito and Ei?
Yes, I visited the site at Mtito and Ei.
there's a diagram that you drew at paragraph 12 of your affidavit. Would you kindly explain to the commission what the different colors you have used indicates means?
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, the diagram that is within this document is just a prescription of what we are trying to be able to put on a map, to be able to understand how the boundary looks like. However, if we get to read through the boundaries, the Province and District Boundaries Act of 1992, you'd find there is a big discrepancy in terms of how the boundary is described and in relation to how the boundaries have been mapped by the Survey of Kenya using what we call topo maps. If you read the Act, it says when the boundary runs from Chulu 2, which is a monument at Chulu, it goes down along Mtito River, and when it reaches the western boundary, actually it says the western part of the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, then that is where the boundary terminates to now move down with the western part of the road to Savo River. However, if you go through the official boundaries that are currently being used by IEBC, together with what was mapped by the Survey of Kenya under the topo map 183/1, you'll realize that after it reaches Mombasa-Nairobi highway, it crosses through the Mtito River for a distance of around 800 meters. The 800 meters, it is where now it reaches a point where it terminates abruptly, and this is the point where we have a fence of the Savo West camp, which is located in Mtito and Dei. So it moves with that boundary of the camp back now again to where we are seeing it close to a mosque called Jamia Mosque, where it curves the mosque, and then again it moves at a distance of around 200 meters, where it goes back again to cross the Mombasa-Nairobi highway towards the old railway line. This is donated with a red color, with the boundary. The yellow color reflects the current Mombasa-Nairobi highway. Then we have a green line, which indicates the old railway line as built in 1902. So this is just a proof of how I was able to interpret the two maps as they are.
Would you kindly explain to the commission what topo map means, as you have just mentioned?
A topo map is a map that is developed by the Survey of Kenya, and it is used to capture both physical and natural features as well as man-made features that were very key in the country. So the topo map captures boundaries. It also captures physical features like hills, rivers, man-made features like roads, railway lines, ports, and other features that are in relation to the same.
Now, when you visited Mtito and Dei, please explain to the commission whether the boundaries as contained in the topo map and the boundaries as defined in the 1992 Act are the same.
Bana Chair, when I visited the boundaries at Mtito and Dei, one, the boundaries are not the same. As per the Act, it defines that the boundary passes through the western side of the Mombasa-Nairobi highway. And it says again, including Mtito and Dei. If you confirm with the topo map, it crosses over the Mombasa-Nairobi highway using the Mtito River at a distance of 800 meters to where it terminates. Again, along that river, at an approximate distance of around 200 meters from the edge of the eastern part of the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, there is a cultural site or a shrine that belongs to the Taita Taveta that was also been pointed to me by the local elders. So you'll realize that, again, according to them, the boundary was supposed to go up to where we have the old railway line. That is the Mombasa-Nairobi old railway line.
In your own understanding, do you understand that the boundary should be going through the old Mombasa-Nairobi railway or the current SGR?
According to me, and I will just say in just a layman language, because ideally we as professionals are supposed to just confirm what has been there existing, so that we just inform our expertise in terms of enhancing the boundaries. So for me, what I would say initially, when during the colonial periods, when we can say the technology was not so high like today, the physical features used to map boundaries well, and they used to denote the boundaries in such a way that there will be no dispute. For this case, it means the physical features that have been existing were used to mark the boundary. And for instance, it was very clear and simple to define the boundary when it is running along Mtito River. Mtito River is a permanent feature which no one could have changed at any particular moment. Yes, at some point it might change course, but it will not shift as much as what human features would have done. Again, there were also permanent physical features or man-made features that were developed during that period that used to form boundaries. And I would say the Mombasa-Nairobi old railway line would have formed a better basis for us to define the boundary easily. However, if you go through the Act, it indicates that there is a Mombasa-Nairobi highway that was used to define the boundary. But again, if we say today that the boundary is passing 10 kilometers inside Makueni, and we call it that is the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, will we still use it as a boundary? Or if tomorrow, actually the Mombasa-Nairobi expressway is coming, what if it comes deep inside Taita Taveta, maybe 10 kilometers or 2 kilometers? Would we say that that is the highway that we're going to use to define the boundary? No, because these are man-made features that keep on shifting. So the physical features that could have easily defined boundaries are physical features that were developed that were more permanent. That is one of it being the old railway line. Secondly, we could have also used monuments or beacons that were very precise in terms of defining boundaries or extents. However, the 1992 Act also uses bearings and distances to define boundaries very clearly. It would have been easier for the Act define, because already the boundary starts from a monument that is Chulu 2. It would have defined that the boundary moves at a distance of maybe 10 miles or 10 kilometers at a bearing of this to terminate at this point. It would have been easier. But you see, currently, as it is indicated, it means there is something that is not clear, because the boundary...
Sorry, Bonacha, which act is this you're talking about?
The Province and District Boundaries Act of 1992.
Second last question. When you visited those areas, were there any beacons that were visible?
The only beacon that is visible at the moment is Chulu 2 that I was able to to visit and see. But the other areas, we don't have beacons other than the cultural sites.
Chair, my final question will come from a report of the County Assembly of Makueni. That is at page 702 of Makueni's response. In particular, page 712, I just want to revert the witness to read paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6 reads, the land problem between the two counties germinated back in 1992 with the passing of the District and Province Act number 5 of 1992, which contains an ambiguous delimitation of Machakos and Taita district, wherein an overlap is contained over Mtito and A town.
Does that confirm your contention that the boundary between Makueni and Taita Taveta at Mtito and they are not clearly demarcated?
Yes, that confirms to me that it's true there is an ambiguity in terms of defining the boundaries in Mtito and A. Because one, if you read the Act of 1992, it says both counties have a boundary whereby they are sharing Mtito and A. But the extent at which Mtito and A is being shared, it is not clear. Again, if you get to understand what the old the wazes that have been knowing how the boundaries are, they have always indicated that before you cross Mtito River on your way from Mombasa to Nairobi, that area used to belong to Taita Taveta. If you cross over to the other side, that is where Makueni starts. Again, the ambiguity is also denoted from the other boundaries that have been well defined. One of it, Savo West National Park, the entire of it is in Taita Taveta. Savo West and Savo East National Parks have been defined by the old railway line. So this means Savo West is supposed to go to where we have the old railway line, using Mtito River. And that's why you'll find there is a camp on the eastern part of Mombasa-Nairobi Highway where we have the Savo West National Park camp. Again, if you go through the Act, it is very clear that the ambiguity is also brought by what was defined in the topo map. The Act says the western part of the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway forms the boundary of Taita Taveta and Makueni. If you go through the topo map, the map crosses over past the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway to move to a distance of around 800 meters before it terminates. So this clearly shows and it confirms there is ambiguity, which we need to both of us agree. Then secondly, find a solution in regard to the same. Thank you.
Finally, Mr. Mutua, when you read the 1992 Act, is there any ambiguity in terms of description of boundaries for the other districts which are now counties, apart from Makueni and Taita Taveta?
Not so much. And I will use an example of Makueni itself. Makueni, the boundary, where it starts at the center line of the old railway line. I think in a boundary of a location, I can't really remember, not unless I go through the Act, but it starts from the old railway line. So this means it was very clear that during the definition of the boundaries, physical features which were more permanent, like the old railway line, were being used to define boundaries. So it was even easier to tell somebody that your boundary starts from the old railway line and it moves towards this direction, unlike starting from a road which was not so permanent.
Thank you, Chair. I hand over the witness to the Commission.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have described yourself as a surveyor,
Yes,
a trained surveyor.
a trained surveyor.
That means you have a degree in survey.
Yes,
Are you a member of ISK?
yes, sir.
You're licensed?
No,
You're not licensed.
yes,
So you're not really a surveyor,
yes.
but you're employed as a surveyor.
I'm a registered surveyor, but I'm not licensed yet.
You're not licensed.
Yes.
Okay. I want us to Mtitwande and Makinon town. Those ones are creations. They are not. It's not about the locals having seen this place is called Mtitwande or this place is called Makinon. Those ones are creation of instruments. So the instrument that created Mtitwande and the instrument that created Makinon town, how did they describe it? Did they describe the boundaries? That's what I need to know.
The creation is as per the act.
No. There must have been, of course, the law was followed,
Yes,
but there's an instrument by the Minister for Local Government then who declared Makinon or Mtitwande a town. They must have shown the boundaries of these two towns. I want you to describe those boundaries, whether you had a chance to look at the instrument and how they describe the towns and its boundaries, and whether there have been extensions on those boundaries first. Have you been able to look at that?
no, I've not been able to look at the specific instruments that define the boundaries for the towns, that is Mtitwande town and Makinon town specifically, yes.
You didn't.
Yes.
I'm also a bit, when I look at your affidavit, you have attached images of Google Maps. But in your presentation, you talked about topo maps. So I'm wondering, why didn't you delimit these towns on actual topo maps? Why did you use Google Maps instead of the actual topo maps?
Through the chair, there's also a copy of the topo map that I attached, that I used for the same, and that is topo map number, sheet number 183/1. So the Google Maps,
I really wish you had requested for projectors. I really wish you had requested for projectors, Council. I think this would have been a much better presentation if the surveyor had actually been showing us the actual maps, and we look at them. Are we able to organize for a projector? Maybe we stand him down.
Yeah, we can stand him down.
We see if we can get a projector and. Okay, I think let's, Chairman, if it's okay.
Did you say something about him going somewhere at 11?
He has an exam at 11.
So when is he available?
Chair, he has informed me that at 3 will be available.
All right, I just get to hear from the parties. Okay, first of all, from Secretariat, do you think you can be able to do a projection here? Even if it's later in the day. Is it possible? Pardon? Okay, now, that's just a logistical issue, but I wanted to hear from the other parties, because this seems to be the crux of the issue in terms of us appreciating. Do you think we can get a time when we can be shown this on the screen? Even if it's later in the day, just for that. Yes,
So it is
comment.
okay.
Okay.
We are available the whole day. So if the witness, the other surveyor, indicates the time,
Yeah.
we are available for that exercise.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that then, if we create a special time for it,
Yes.
each of the surveyors can also present on the
Yes.
on the screen their understanding of.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we see a convenient time depending on the logistics later in the day after 3. Okay. So I think it's the most convenient for us to raise any further questions when we have that. And then, so you'll conclude then, and then we can also listen to the other surveyors in comparative analysis. Okay.
Yeah, that is okay. We can stand him down, then we recall him later at 3.
Okay. I want us to be clear. Of course, we were going to move, after we finish with this, we are going to move on with
Kwale.
with Kwale.
Yes.
What I wanted is an understanding that we can have a special session where we have the surveyors take us through what the understanding is of these issues.
Yes, I agree with the commission. That is even why I was trying to find out whether our surveyor is around.
Okay.
So that as he demonstrates,
Yeah.
he can be able to follow up.
Okay.
Yes.
And then even when they do theirs also later on, then it will.
I
Okay.
can see it has even come.
But he's supposed to leave at 11. Let's not destabilize him. They can be testing. It's okay. Yeah. All right. So the next witness.
Yeah, my next witness will be Mr. Wilson Mwangombe. His affidavit is dated 21st November 2023.
I, Wilson Mwangombe Mwajumwa, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this honorable commission is the truth, the only truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, commissioners and members present. As mentioned, my name is Wilson Mwangombe Mwajumwa. I come from Taita Taveta.
Just before you proceed, where is this affidavit? The supplementary? Oh, okay. Just continue.
Sorry, Chair. I've said my name is Wilson Mwangombe Mwajumwa. I come from Taita Taveta County, from Voi Sub-County, Mbololo Ward. I went to school, St. Mary's School Yala. I've been a teacher for some time and trained teacher, 8 years experience. And then I joined politics as a councillor for 1 term. And after that, I joined county government, specifically to do boundaries activities. The leadership of Taita Taveta County met on 7th March 2015. And in that leaders meeting, I was picked to spearhead the boundaries of the county of Taita Taveta in specific reference to check what are the issues in Makueni and the Taita Taveta, that is Mtito, and Macnandod, and Kwale, what are the issues with the Taita Taveta. And of course, I had an extension of checking other areas like Rombo within the areas that I was supposed to look into. Chair, within that, 9 members were picked to spearhead that, and I was picked the chair. And we had another about 10, 11 co-opted that would support in case we have issues. We were given terms of reference to visit those affected areas, try to establish causes of the conflict, possible document, and then report back to the governor, county assembly, and possibly give feedback to the members of the public. Chair, I did the assignment to the best of my knowledge to conclusion, and we handed over the report that we did to the county government, specifically the governor. And therefore, Chair and the commissioners, I'm here today to give facts of the finding of the task force that was entrusted to do the assignment. I'll try to be brief, but I'll try also to go area by area, if that is okay. Chair, we had to do a lot of paperwork in checking what are these issues that make Kwale and Taita not to sit and always in conflict because of the Magnan Road. And Chair, we looked at many documentations that were done. I was working very closely with one senior citizen who unfortunately is not well, one Mr. Labantole, who was a chairman for the county council, and he also worked as a policeman and as a court prosecutor. And he was very useful in trying to support in coordinating the information. Chair, we visited Nairobi, what is it called? The archives, to check the information about the colonial information on what really happened those days. And we managed to get quite a number of substantial documents that gave us as an evidence Magnan Road was and has been and is in Taita Taveta. During the colonial time, Chair, Magnan Road, being a town in Taita, there was no Taita Taveta then, in Taita district, and its origin is based on far back history that we realized in 1947. The area Magnan Road was mapped as a township and given its coverage in terms of size in 1947 under a gazette notice. So that helped us a lot to find out if then this area was gazetted 1947 under Taita, then what are the issues? Chair and commissioners, as we moved on, we discovered that one of the DCs in Taita, one Holuf Weka, wrote a letter to the DC, the PC, asking to be allowed to transfer Magnan Road to Kwale for administrative purposes. Chair, that DC, for me, and what we tried to find out was very arrogant. Because when he wrote that letter, DC Kwale also acknowledged, but with reservations, that yes, I have no problem taking over Magnan Road, but let's do careful study, let's involve the public, and from there, we make a decision. And Chair, at some time, this DC, Taita, said, I don't care. What I want is to tell those people to move. And if they're not cooperating, then ensure you starve them. Let them not get food. Let them not get water. So that they move from Macnan Road and go to a place called Mololo or another place called Sagala. But get those people out if they are not ready to cooperate. But there was a lot of agitation and a lot of unrest. And at some time, the DOs were involved, PCOs involved, and a meeting was called. A baraza for public participation. Chair, that meeting, as per the reports and the records we saw, was not very good. People resisted. People refused. And when things were not working well, DC Kwale realized the problem was big. And he said, I think the problem is bigger than I anticipated. And for this reason, I am not ready to take over Macnan to Kwale. And he gave reasons. One of the reasons he gave was the area is large to be given out. He also said the inhabitants of that area were locals, the Taitas and the Durumas, a few. But he said the vastness of the area is not worth giving out. And therefore, he refused to let the area go to Kwale. Chair, there has been a lot of communication on that effect. But I want to give reference of my mind to a few areas, to a few very touchy to me and maybe the community of Taita Taveta. The political side came in to defend that Macnan Road should not move. But because some force was being applied, Honorable Mwanyumba, the then MP Hundanyi, wrote a letter in English and in Kiswahili. And I want my memory, if my memory is right, I'll quote a few of the sentence of that letter. Chair, he said in English and in Kiswahili, sisi kama jamii ya Wataita na Wataveta, hatutakubali hata nchi moja yetu itoke. Sisi tutapigana, and these are the words he used. Tutatumia mishale, bows and arrows to defend our right. Na hii hatutawacha mpaka mtoto wa mwisho wa kiume wa Kitaita awe ameuawa. Those are not very good words to use even in the current scenario. But that's what he said. And I think, Chair, when everything was realized that the community has refused to be moved to Kwale, the same DC who was very rude and who was lazy, in my own impression, because he refused to administer the area because it was far from Voi, he wrote a letter apologizing, saying, I am sorry, I made a big mistake to have given the land that belongs to Taita to Kwale. However, I am ready to receive that decision. And Chair, after a lot of communication with the DCs and the PCs and the DOs, they arrived at some conclusion. And they said, this matter must be resolved the quickest possible by reverting the Macnan Township to its original people and place. But in the same communication chair of the DC, he said, as much as I'm reciting my decision, there is one mistake I've made. I have put this area in the Gazette notice. And therefore, he said the following year, that would be 1962, when the boundary commission would be going around, that anomaly should be corrected. The PC came in, joined and said that is fine, problem was solved. And then the transfer of Maknando to Kwale lasted for only 6 months. Then it was reverted to Taita. Then what is the problem? Why are we always fighting over this? The problem has been and is the Gazette notice that the colonial DC used to transfer, and when it was reverted, that Gazette notice was not changed up to now as I testify here. I want to be proved wrong if I'm not right. That is the challenge. But because the other area, they insist and they want to take advantage of that, that's why after devolution, everybody was running to ensure the area coverage, the resources, including the people and the like. And the Kwale side took advantage and started giving out our land without caring, knowing that task force was in place, did not care, land was divided, and they started giving out title deeds, as one of them says, testified here yesterday. Chair, a lot of things are and were managed by Taita then, including they would get water from Voi, including the Bele Primary that is now has a branch of our secondary, if I'm not wrong. All those were managed by Voi in Taita. The OCPD Voi would run up to Kwale, up to Taru in Taita. So those are some of the things that evidently show Taita, Magnan Road has been part and parcel of Taita and now Taita Taveta. This is an Anglican church. When I was young, commissioners, I think I was in primary school at the age of about 13, 14 years, around 1979. We used to have a youth week. Our youth week for Anglican church in Voi, me coming from Bololo, we went to Maknan Road to build the Taru Secondary School. I did it myself. I participated for 1 week. Why would I go to Taru to build a secondary school that was not in Taita? Just asking quietly. So we did that. And the chair, therefore, we are, as a community, we have fought for this. We have followed up this. We have never gotten answers. There's a lot of struggle in terms of revenue collection, a lot of struggle in terms of land allocation, and people are not at peace. We need to solve this problem once and for all, so that as our children grow up, they'll be knowing, yes, there used to be a problem, but at one time it was solved, and these are the results. It cannot be, since I was born, up to now, we are struggling with the same issue. It's really unfortunate. However, it has gone on like that. But for me, I would want to leave a legacy that my children will come and find, yes, there was a problem, but it was solved amicably without using the arrows that somebody said, without using the pangas that somebody said, but by talking and agreeing and seeing sense. That is a bit of the Magnan Road. If by chance I've left out anything and I recollect I would ask for permission to review and mention one or two things. But to conclude on Makina, for me, the PC and the DC, their confirmation of reverting Makina to Taita was a wise idea because people refused after public participation. What I would request, therefore, is the implementation of the recommendations that were made those days and that this committee made, that if that Kenya Gazette was worked on that time as it was agreed, would not be here today to talk about Makina. It would have been something of the past. Chair, because as a team and as a chair for the boundary committee, and specifically the areas I've mentioned, then we made a visit and a documentation for Tito. Chair, the unfortunate thing of the mzee I've talked about, one Laban Tole was very conversant with him Tito because he was driving from Nairobi those days, 1960s, 1963. And he was one of those who confirmed to us that Mtito and they is part and parcel of Taita Taveta. Time in memorial, there was a signboard.
I'm interrupting. So you said which mzee?
Laban.
Which mzee? You're referring to a mzee who told you?
I'm referring to a mzee, sorry, Chair. I've referred to a mzee called Laban Tole.
Laban Tole.
Tole, who have said was part of the member of this committee, but is unable to make it because of age and health. But he was very instrumental. I proceed. Thank you, Chair. Time in memorial, there was a signboard at Mtito River, just next to State Lodge, the river, the border. And that's what most of the elderly people have known to be the boundary. The signpost would read, "Welcome to Coast Province, Taita District." And that signboard has been there. A lot of elderly people, up to, I think, 70s, 80s, they saw and they knew that signboard. We're also shown and we saw the State Lodge. And the State Lodge that's there and is there up to now. The PC Coast, PC Machakos then, that's where they are doing the exchange program, handing over the president and the team as they go either to Mombasa or as they go back. That has been the meeting point. But again, within Mtito, almost all the parastotals were headed from Taita and later on Taita Taveta, when it was Taita and when it became Taita Taveta. This will include, but not limited to, KPLC. Bosses would come from Mombasa, would come from Voi. Post office was managed from Coast Province. KWS, I think it's the only entity that is remaining, that is up to now, as I'm talking. It is still run or managed by bosses from Taita Taveta. Ministry of Works, they would come up to Mtito. But all these, with the time, they brought a lot of problems. Major problems started arising after devolution. Kila mtu anataka kwake. And ndugu zetu wa Makueni wakawa kidogo wakorafu. Wanakasimama hapa ni kwetu. The first governor tried to send revenue collectors, but they were chased away, literally. We, as the community of Taita Taveta, we are friendly. We have lived with our colleagues, the campers, and I can say here that there are areas in Taita Taveta that are almost designated, almost as Kamba areas. And we have no problem. We live in peace. Kamtonga areas, for example, Kamba wako hapo, wako na amani, wamejenga mashule, watoto wanasoma. We have no issues. Ukienda Kisimenyi, Kasigau, Kamba stupu, wamejenga, we have no issues. Ukienda Buguta, we have no issues. Ukienda Taveta, we have no issues. It beats us as the community and the leadership of Taita Taveta that we can almost fight. Leaders can stand up and talk and give threats to a small area, a small town, forgetting that chunk of land we have given our colleagues without any issue. Chair, I stand to confirm that the research we did, and one of the things, before I forgot, we asked elderly people, particularly those who have been in their position in this country, what happened with the Makina, what happened with the Tito. Some of the people we interviewed include Mheshimiwa Munga, the late Mungu ampumzishe, Mheshimiwa Mashengo Mochofi, he's there, Mheshimiwa Masjid Madoka, he's there, and many others. And all these were confirming that Tito and I belongs to Taita communities. But lately, themselves being threatened, they found their land, some of them had to sell their land hurriedly. Some, their land were literally taken. So we find that there are schools that were built to a land that belonged to Taita. There are churches that were built to a land that was owned by Taita.
I know that we are giving room to the witness to say as much as they want, but I've listened to him. First, he says that he's a retired politician, and he's a politician. He ran for office, and in my view, the commission may want to guide him as to what is relevant to the proceedings, unless sometimes these kind of witnesses are guided.
Okay, I don't think you need to belabor.
Yes.
You have a statement. I think you need to confine yourself to your statement.
Chair,
Council.
I understand the sentiments of senior counsel, but when we started this hearing, the commission were very clear that we want to hear the raw testimony of the witnesses. That is why I have been constrained myself not to guide the witness.
Basically what you're saying, you know, the witness has set out in a very broad way in his affidavit these issues.
Your Honor, is a critical witness for us.
Yeah, the factual issues.
They are all factual. I don't think the witness has gone beyond the bounds of his affidavit, because if you see this affidavit is really elaborate, and I think we should not be constrained on the manner we are going to present our case, because as you clearly indicated when we started these proceedings, this is an inquisitorial type of hearing and not an adversarial Because if we sustain the objection by my learned senior counsel, that means we are going back to the adversarial system where...
So you want us to listen to anything and everything. You see, what you're trying to say here is we may understand somebody may be very passionate, understandably. But you see, now once we veer off from the issue of the Mtito Ande and the Makinon Road boundaries or issues to a broad issue of the ethnic issues across the county, I think now it takes us a little bit too far away from what you're dealing with.
Chair, if I may just say one thing.
Yeah.
I remember one of the questions that were posed by one of the commissioners yesterday was whether...
Okay, let us hear. What more does he have to say? You know, you don't want to take too much time on what you call technical issues. What more do you want to say?
Sorry?
You know, you have a lot of information here, but it's fairly useful. So we thought instead of you having to go the broad way of the broad ethnic issues across the county, you know, you're saying, oh, these people, we have taken care of them here. But what I'm looking at is if you confine ourselves to the issues that you've captured here, and there are many, the issues you want to highlight.
Point taken,
Yeah.
Chair. And I think I've tried to highlight a number of them. Maybe if there is any that I was almost concluding actually, because...
And we are not stopping you. We are not stopping you from what you're highlighting a lot of you because you have a lot here. But you're saying you seem to be veering off. And you've been a politician. I know it can get emotional. Try and stick to what you have. The many factual issues that you have alluded to here, then you can help us. You want us to help us in resolving this issue.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Let me move on as I make almost conclusion to what I wanted to say before I'm asked any question. Chair, we looked at the Act, Province and Boundaries Act and Dispute and Boundaries Act of 1992. And I want to concur with what my colleague has said. The Act that is in place of 1992, Chair, the community, particularly Taita Taveta, were involved in the whole process. However, when you read the Act, I'm not a professional on that line as the surveyor was saying, but something that strikes me, which I think I can just mention, it may not be verbatim, but in that Act, where they're describing the boundaries for Makueni and the boundaries for Taita Taveta, in both Makueni and Taita Taveta, there is one thing in common. That Taita Taveta extends including Mtito. On the other hand, the description of Makueni also read Makueni extends including Mtito. Now that's a challenge. If both counties extends up to Mtito, it means Mtito is co-owned. There's an area for Taita and there's an area for Makueni, if I go by that description. And if that description is true, then where does Makueni fall and where does Taita fall? I think that's one of the major ambiguities as a committee we saw in that act in terms of the description of Makueni and the description of Taita Taveta. However, it's also important to note, Chair and the commissioners, that as we are talking here, we have a polling station in Mtito that caters for Ngolia Ward in Voi constituency. We have a polling station for Taita as I'm talking. Even the previous elections, people vote in that polling station. Why would you have a polling station in an area that is not ours? Why would you have a polling station in an area where people have voted and we are not able to render services to them because of the conflict between the two areas. Chair, having said that, and through your advice, I want to stop there and say that Taitas ni kama tumeonewa, maana tumesukuma upande huu na upande huu. Our prayer is that we have this problem solved once and for all, for peace and tranquility of not only the communities around that place, but I think for even the whole country at large. Chair, I rest my case.
Thank you, Bwana Wilson. I will refer you to some documents that you have mentioned. But first of all, I wish you to explain to the Commission whether there was any boundary dispute between Kwale and Makueni before 1961.
Chair, the research we did, before 1961, there was no boundary conflict. There was no boundary dispute. People lived peacefully. And when you look at the 1959, that was, I think, the genesis of the problem. That's after 1959, 1960, that is when problems of the boundary started.
Was there a dispute as to where Mackinnon Road was situated before 1961?
There was no dispute. It was clear, it was known, Mackinnon Road was in Taita district.
You mentioned that Mackinnon Road was transferred to Kwale in 1961. There's a letter you have referred to. I would wish you read it to the Commission. Are you able to read? Chair, the letter is contained at page 188 of our bundle.
Chair, it's not very clear, but I'll try to.
So do you want him to read the whole of it or just highlight?
Because I just want him to read the first paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah.
I shall be grateful if consideration to be given to the inclusion of Mackinnon Road Township within township to.
Excuse me, sorry, which letter are we? 198?
188.
188.
188,
okay,
yes.
okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, I think I was looking at the wrong letter, okay. Yeah?
I shall be grateful if consideration can be given to the inclusion of the Mackinnon Road Township to Kwale District. I have already written to the ministry, the commissioner, Kwale, on the subject, and was going to speak to the district on the issue in the following meetings.
So that was a decision that was personally made by the district commissioner?
Apparently, yes.
Was the community involved in making that decision?
No, the community was not.
Did the residents of Mackinnon Road request to be transferred to Kwale?
The residents of Mackinnon Road, when they learned that they have been transferred to Kwale, they resisted in totality.
I also wish you, Chair, there's a letter at page 61. I just wish the witness to highlight just two sentences. Page 61. Quickly read it. Yes.
So
I
which
think
paragraph do you want him to read?
Yes, yeah, I want him to read it. It's relevant to, and it's also critical to our case.
Okay.
I think we are going to have great opposition to this transfer. I held a preliminary baraza at the location on Macnan Road on Tuesday, and which was attended by all inhabitants.
So the letter indicates that the baraza was attended by all the inhabitants. Correct?
The indication is all the inhabitants at Macnan Road were attended the baraza, of which they gave the response.
Does it mention which tribe attended or all the inhabitants?
It did not indicate the tribe, it indicated all the inhabitants of the Macnan Road.
Okay, so finally, just read paragraph.
No,
two.
just before you move, I think for the transcripts,
Yes, yeah.
it's important that you are clear from the first letter. It's a letter addressed, dated this addressed, you know, so that the transcripts are clear. So the first letter is a letter, the date is not clear, is it? Or is it clear on yours? The one on page 188.
Yeah, we have indicated the dates on the index
Okay.
because they may not be clear, but we have indicated. So I would tell you, for example, the letter at page 190, 188.
Okay, so it's a letter from who to who? For the record. A letter from who, addressed to who?
The letter at page 188 is written by the District Commissioner Taita District, which was addressed to Provincial Commissioner, Coast Province.
So the DC.
The DC was addressing the BC.
Okay. All right. Then the second one?
The second one at page 61 is a letter dated 20th April 1961 that was written by the District Assistant FOI Division, addressed to the District Commissioner, Taita District.
Okay, I just wanted the transcripts to be clear so that we know when anybody is reading through, they understand the context.
I am guided here. So please read paragraph 2. What did the residents say?
The residents wish to remain. This one is not very clear. The residents wish to remain in Taita. They should have their homesteads remaining. This, I think it's something like they want to remain with their homesteads and done.
So that can be clear.
They expressed the view that they have no intention of going under Kwale district. That in any way they were told that if they wished to remain in Taita, they should move their homesteads. This they have done.
So you are saying the locals or the residents of Makinon refused to be transferred to Kwale?
Here they refused in totality and they demanded to remain in Macnan Road in Taita district.
Let us move to page 63. Chair, that is a letter written by the District Commissioner for Kwale, addressed to the District Commissioner Undanyi. It's dated 17 May 1961.
It reads, I should prefer to allow the district officers to meet, look into things, and report back without being too categorical. If taking over Macnando by Kwale mean the forceful eviction of a lot of unwilling Taita, then I am not in favor of it. We have enough problems of this sort already without creating new ones.
So even the District Commissioner for Kwale was saying he did not want to create new problems with the transfer of Makinan to Kwale, correct?
Yes, sir. When he realized people are against, he started withdrawing by not engaging in activity that will bring problems to the communities.
Chair, I also wish the witness, page 67.
Page 7.
67.
67.
That is a letter dated 30th June 1962, addressed to the Chief Commissioner.
So that's a lengthy one. Without having to read through, maybe you just point him to a particular paragraph.
I just want him to read paragraph 2, which is touching on the district boundaries, the one indicating Taita. Paragraph 2.
The only point raised by the district commissioner is whether Macnando would revert in Taita district. This has in fact been decided, and the Secretary of the Trust Land Board has letter number given reference there of 2nd December 1961, has confirmed that it will be included in the next proclamation amending provincial and district boundaries.
That confirms that the decision to revert Makinan to Taita was already made.
Yes, sir.
Chair, I also wish to point the witness to page 201, which is a letter dated 19 June 1968, addressed to the Provincial Commissioner, Coast Province. Just a quick paragraph A only.
The only point on the district boundaries within has been subject to dispute is Macnando. This area was recently transferred to Kwale for a short period, but after much agitation by the Taita, it was resorted to this district. It was restored to this district in 1961.
that letter indicates that Makinan was already restored to Taita, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also mentioned that the district commissioner apologized for that decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chair, I also wish to point the witness to page 211. That is the annual report for Coast Province, 1961. The relevant part is page 212. That is the last paragraph before number 2. Please read.
The report from PC says the Macnan Road area was temporarily transferred from Taita to Kwale, but reverted to its original district after some friction between the Duruma and Taita.
Again, just for clarity and for the answer there.
Yes, Chair.
This is an annual report of what or on what?
Chair, if you start at page 209, from page 209.
So it's an annual report by the provincial commissioner?
By the PC, yes, for Coast Province.
Okay. So, but do you have an idea, this report used to be presented to who?
In our thinking, the report was circulated to the leadership within the provincial administration, possibly within the coast region, and maybe up to national level.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether that is clear or we can proceed.
Yeah, it's okay. We just wanted, you know, it's important for the Hansard to reflect what you're dealing with, but I was also curious. I just wanted to understand how these reports were made. Part of what you have been discussing with my colleagues here is that, of course, these historical records are important because we know that when you're dealing with matters of historical and injustice, it's impossible to get factual witnesses for matters that date way back, so they can form a context. So sometimes what I think we are thinking is that it might be helpful, even after this, if you are able to help us in terms of the provenance of the documents, whether it's archives or wherever, you know, we got them, so that we also, if we need to cross-check and maybe get more documents, we're able to know whether you got it from some archives or where the source. And I say that knowing that as a witness, you chaired a committee. You probably went around looking for documents. It might help to know where you obtained some of these documents from.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Most of the documents, we obtained them from the National Archives. and that was basically source of information, because within the archives there are sections of each area. So we managed to land on the section of Taita on correspondences, and we got some of this information. It may not be limited to that, but there's a lot of information, the correspondences during the colonial time that have not been destroyed up to now. So most of it, we got it from there. And in some cases, Chair, it's good to mention, I think out of curiosity, I would then ask them to certify as a true copy of the document. In some cases, some documents I did that, but not all of them. But we got them from the National Archives of Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Wilson, in your own understanding, who has been, Mackinnon Road has been under the administration of which county?
I think, as I've said, Mackinnon Road was under the administration of Taita district, and later on when it came to Taita Taveta, still a lot of functions were under Taita Taveta district.
Chair, I wish to revert to page 71. That is a letter dated 20th February 1961, addressed to the district assistant. It was written by the district commissioner Undai. So maybe the witness can just read the first paragraph only.
It reads, I have received a letter from Chief Philip to say that Mzee Mwatate Esok O Maingo, who've been used as a sub-chief at Mackinnon Road. I cannot pay this man, and he should not collect tax.
Does that confirm that Mackinnon Road was under the administration of Taita?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to page 81.
Yeah, where did you leave out the second paragraph, which is short? About
So
voting. The second paragraph. I was just curious about the whole thing. Chief Philip also raised the question of voters at Mackinnon Road.
Let a witness read. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Some of these, they are not really very clear, but I can try. Chief Philip also raised the question of voters at Mackinnon Road. He explained clearly to him that those who registered at Kasigau must vote there, and those registered at Mackinnon Road or up the line must come into Voi. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, we proceed to page 81. The letter is dated 6th September 1973. It is written by the district officer for Foi, addressed to the assistant chief, Mwatate Lusinga, Mackinnon Road. What is the letter about?
The letter is about the salary check. Kindly call in this office any teams during the working hours to collect your check in respect of salary for the month of August 1973.
So in this letter of Mr. Wilson, where was the assistant chief for marking and road getting his salary from?
I was getting the salary from Voi office.
Voi is in which county?
Voi is in Taita district, now Taita Taveta county.
This was which year?
The letter was for 6th September 1973.
Your Chair, I also wish the witness to briefly take us through a letter dated at page 82. That is a letter dated, hiyo barua ni ya tarehe gani?
The letter is dated 7th February 1973.
Imeandikiwa nani?
The letter is the Senior Inspector, Ministry of Works, Roads, Branch, PO Box 9, Voi.
Nani alikuwa anaandika?
The letter is from the Office of the President, Division, Voi Division, Taita District, PO Box 1, Voi, Kenya, dated 7th February 1973.
Hiyo barua inahusu nini?
The letter reference letter is about the complaint by Assistant Chief Mwatate Msinga against lorry driver to GK 441J.
Please just read the first paragraph only.
I have received a copy of the letter dated first Insta, addressed to you by the Assistant Chief of Macnan Road area, complaining of the abusement and gross misbehavior leveled at him by your driver of the above mentioned lorry on 1st February 1973.
So this is a letter that was written by the DC for Taita District.
Yes, sir.
What does it say here?
It's addressing
Just start from my.
my Assistant Chief of Macnan Road area.
So inasema huyo assistant chief alikuwa wa which district?
The Assistant Chief is in Taita District.
Good. Now let's go to another issue. Where do people from Marking and Road apply their IDs from?
People of Macnan Road were getting their IDs in Taita through their chief and assistant chief of the area.
Chair, I refer to page 87. Hiyo ID ni ya nani?
This ID for Adija Nyambura Mwambingu.
Yeye ni mkaaji wa wapi?
Yeye ni mkaji wa Taita Taveta.
Location ni gani?
Location Kasigao.
Na sublocation?
Sublocation Macnan Road. Kasigao, Macnan Road.
Chair, I also wish to refer to page 104 to 109.
So it's a demonstration of the same point.
Yes, Chair. I think I can move to the other issue. Okay. If,
That's okay.
okay. Let's now deal with another issue. Watu wa Makina ndio wamekuwa wakilipa kodi kwa wilaya gani?
Watu wa Makina ndio wamekuwa wakilipa kodi zao Taita.
Chair, I refer to page 99. Hii ni barua kutoka wapi?
Chief's Office, Taita District, 25/6, 1973.
Unaweza soma kuanzia hapa, inasema nimeandika.
Kuna handwriting kali lakini I'll try. Nimeandika barua hii kulingana na program ya kukusanya kodi ya 1973.
Here we can also look at page 100. Nani ameandika hii barua?
Chief Office Rukanga, Kasigao location, dated 6/6/1970, I guess. 73.
Nani anaandikiwa?
Assistant Chief Mr. M. Msinga, Macnan Road, Pio Mwatate.
Hiyo barua inahusu nini?
Hii barua inahusu ukusanyaji wa kodi kwa wakazi wa Macnan Road.
Here we can also look at page 110. Nani ameandika hiyo barua?
Barua imeandikwa Chief's Office, Kasigao location, dated 27th to 1974, Pio Mwatate.
Nani ameandikiwa?
Imeandikwa kwa Mwatate Msinga, Assistant Chief Macnan Road, Pio.
Yeye ni assistant chief wa
Macnan Road.
hiyo barua inahusu nini?
Mkusanyo wa pesa Kenya shilling 500, Kasigao location.
Sasa hiyo inathibitisha kwamba wakati wa Makinan walikuwa wanalipa kodi kwa wilaya gani?
Ya Taita. Nao Taita Taveta.
Now huko Makinan shule zenye ziko huko nani alijenga?
Shule za Makina zimejengwa na wakazi wa Makina pamoja na uongozi wa Taita.
Chair, I wish to refer the commission to page 120. Hiyo barua nani ameandika?
Chief's Office Kasigau, Taita Taveta District, P.O. Mwatate, dated 31st January 1974.
Nani ameandikiwa?
The Inspector of Schools, P.O. Box 1 Voi, through the DO Voi.
Hiyo barua inahusu nini?
Opening of a new school at Miasenyi in 1974.
Kuna any primary school unajua yenye iko Makinon Road?
Yes, kuna Mbele Primary School.
Mbele Primary School.
Yes.
Hiyo Mbele Primary School iko kaunti gani?
Mbele Primary School iko county ya Taita Taveta mpaka sasa.
Chair, I wish to refer to page 244.
Just for clarity, this page 120, opening of a new school at, is it Miasani? Yeah? It reads Miasani. Or is the spelling that is wrong? Page 120, the one you just referred to. It's about opening a school.
Chair, the place is known as Miasenyi, but I think that is a mistake.
So let the witness just confirm. I just wanted to confirm whether that place, where this particular place is relative to Makinon Road. Is that such a place?
Okay, so I think my apologies, Chair. I should have guided the witness properly.
No, he can tell us.
Yeah, let me just tell you.
Okay.
Yes. Hiyo barua imekuwa CC'd kwa nani?
Ilikuwa imepewa copy kwa Assistant Chief Makinon Road.
No, I just wanted to confirm, the one on page 120, this place, you're talking about opening of a new school at Miasani. You say it may be misspelled. So there's a place called Miasani or a similar name? Or you don't know?
Commissioner, what I know is the school is Miasenyi.
Eh?
Miasenyi.
Miasini.
Miasenyi. I'm not aware of a school called Miasani.
Okay. Okay, you just go on.
Chair, page 244. Bwana Wilson, elezea commission hiyo ni nini?
Republic of Kenya, Ministry of Education, Certificate of Registration of Schools.
Ni certificate of registration of schools?
Yes.
Ni shule gani ime?
Name of the school, Mbele Primary School.
Iko which district?
Iko Taita Taveta District.
So as you look for something else, let's just be clear. This one is talking about Mbele Primary School.
Yes, sir.
What about it? What about Mbele Primary School?
Bella Primary School Chair, as I've said, I think this is a confirmation that the school is registered under Taita Taveta, and it's to confirm everything for that school. Activities are done in Voi in Taita.
So where is Mbele located? Where is this school located?
The school is in Macnan Road.
Pardon?
Macnan Road.
Oh, is it? Okay, it's because we don't know and it's not reflected on this.
The school is in Macnan Road.
So where is Marungu?
Marungu is a sub-location within Macnan Road. Now these are the new developments. Because,
so Marungu is within Makinoni Road?
Yes.
Road, okay.
Yeah, I think that question will be answered in the next page, 245.
Okay.
Bwana Wilson,
yes, sir.
hiyo report inasema nini? Soma tu.
The report reference is sanitary inspection report.
Inatoka wapi?
The report is from Ministry of Public Health and Sanitation.
Ni ya tarehe ngapi? Kani?
Ni ya 4th December 2010.
Nani ameandikiwa hiyo report?
Imeandikwa the headmaster, Mbele Primary School, PO Box 779 Voi.
Yeah, I think so that we don't waste time. I just wish to invite the witness to paragraph 4 on the situation stroke locality of the school.
Situation stroke locality. The school is situated in Macnan Road, Market, and is along Mombasa-Nairobi Highway. It is only 200 meters away from the highway and on your right hand side as you go to Nairobi.
I think that Chair raised that issue. Can move to other issues. A witness yesterday told us that there used to be preparations for receiving the founding president of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Jomo Kenyatta. Chair, I just wish to revert the witness to page 113. Page 113. Nani ameandika hiyo barua?
Chief's Office Rukanga, Kasigao location, dated 21st 12 1973, PO Motate.
Nani ameandikiwa hiyo barua?
Motate Msinga, Assistant Chief, Macnan Road.
Hiyo barua inahusu nini?
Kupanga Macnan Road. Kupanga.
Unaweza somea commission hiyo barua inasema nini?
Tafadhali Assistant Chiefs, pamba mji wa Macnan Road pamoja na Miasenyi leo au kesho. Kesho tarehe 22 12 1973. Mzee Rais Kenyatta atakwenda pwani. Wako
hiyo barua ameandikiwa assistant chief wa Mackinnon Road, si ndio?
Yes. Imeandikiwa assistant chief wa Mackinnon Road.
So, Council.
Yes, yeah.
For the benefit of a younger generation, this is the older Kenyatta.
The the original Kenyatta.
The original Kenyatta.
The founding
Yes,
father.
the founding father.
Lakini alikuwa anabebwa kama governor. Na zero. Anyway.
Yeah, I think the letter refers to the president was being received.
Yeah, I understand. I'll just
Yes.
a light note.
I understand it. Huko Makinan Road, nani anafanya mambo ya kusambaza maji?
Maji Makinan Road inasambazwa na Tavevo, ambayo Tavevo iko Voi, ambayo ni Taita Taveta County.
Kuna kampuni nyingine inasambaza maji huko Makinan?
Not of any that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I wish to refer the witness to page 121. 121. Hiyo barua ni ya nani?
The barua ni Tavevo and Sewerage Company Limited, PO Box 6, code number 80300 Voi.
Hiyo ni
application for water supply.
Nani ame apply?
Kuna dada mtu ambaye anaitwa Amina Abdalia Fatuma Osmani.
Location inaonyesha ni ya wapi?
Location Makinan Road.
Hiyo barua iliandikwa tarehe gani?
27 mwezi wa 5 2015.
There are several bundles of such applications. I do not wish to take the witness through all of them. I just wish to refer to page 152.
One 52.
152.
152.
Bwana Wilson, elezea commission hiyo ni nini?
Hiyo ni from Tavevo Water and Sewage Company. This water bill is payable on receipt. So ni ya kulipa maji.
Hiyo ni nini?
Ni bill ya kulipa maji.
Nani ameandikiwa?
Imeandikiwa Samson Mwakalu Mwaivu.
Inaonyesha maji ilikuwa supplied wapi?
Inaonyesha maji ilikuwa supplied Makinan Road.
Ni tarehe gani hiyo?
Tarehe 1 mwezi wa 3 2014.
Let me just confirm. You're on page 152.
152. Yeah.
Is it 2014 or 2011?
It's 2011.
Witness.
Sorry, Chair.
2011.
1st March 2011.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you for that.
Maybe just to move faster, it's on page 155, I see 2015. The account balances, Tavevo Water and Sewerage Services, run date 20 July 2015. Is that correct? Page 155.
Yes, correct. There are several different bills,
Dates, okay.
but this is just it collects all the water bills.
That's fine. You can highlight, when you come to the.
Here we can turn to page 226. Bwana Wilson, nani ameandika hiyo barua?
District Commissioner, Taita District.
Nani ameandikiwa?
The District Commissioner, Kwale District. PO Box 1600 Kwale.
Ni tarehe gani unaweza ona hiyo tarehe?
It's like 27th of May. 27th May 1968.
Hiyo barua inahusu nini?
Inahusu mambo ya district boundary Kwale / Taita.
With permission of the commission, I would wish the witness to read the second paragraph.
Whilst I generally appreciate your point of view, it should be realized that the problem at Macnando Township is not as simple as it appears on first glance. Whereas it is well accepted that the township is within Kwale district for years now, its administration and affairs have been looked after. Its administration affairs have been looked after from Taita. You are probably aware that the majority of the inhabitants at Macnan Road are Taitas, who freely pay their GPT to Taita Taveta County Council. In return, the council is providing health and education services. For now, the people providing health and education services for the people there.
Kwa hii barua inaonyesha kwamba Mackinnon Road imekuwa administered kutoka wapi?
Taita.
Na health na educational services nani alikuwa ana provide?
Health education services zote ziko zinaangaliwa na Taita.
Council, it also indicates that it's generally accepted that the township is within Kwale district.
Yes, I think we have laid that basis.
You will submit.
Yes. Bwana Wilson, watu wa Mackinnon Road walikuwa wanapata wapi business permits na licenses?
Business permit na licenses za biashara kwa watu wa Mackinnon zilikuwa zinapewana na County Council ya Taita ama Taita Taveta.
Yeah, I wish to refer the commission to page 170 to page 175. Hiyo ni nini Bwana Wilson?
Hii imeandikwa County Council of Taita Taveta, trade premises and occupations license.
Imeandikwa ni tarehe gani?
Imeandikwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 10 1976.
Nani alikuwa anaandikiwa?
Imeandikiwa kwa Omar Mohammed of Macnan Road for retail shop.
Alilipa shilingi ngapi?
Alilipa 75 shillings.
Yeah, I think so that we can go quickly. The other licenses that I do not wish to take the witness to so that we can save time is from up to page 175. They all confirm the same thing. Bwana Wilson, ulisema kwamba wewe ulikuwa chairperson wa Boundary Commission.
Yes.
Mkifanya uchunguzi wenu mulifanya nini na nini? NLC Commission mulifanya nini na nini?
Thank you. Tukifanya uchunguzi tulivisit sites, tukatembelea watu kwa sites, we interviewed people across the board regardless the ethnic, na pia tulikuja archive kutafuta documentation.
Pia kuna washahidi walirecord statements.
Kuna washahidi ambao they recorded the statements on personal as they understand the issue, na wakaandika vile anaelewa mambo ya Makina na Mtito Andrei.
Mmoja wao ni Laban Tole.
Mmoja wao ni Laban Tole, yes.
Yeah, the statement of Laban Tole is at page 176. It starts from page 176. Kuna washahidi wengine ambao waliandika statements pia.
Yes, I can remember a few. There's one, Danson Marami. I think he made his documentation in writing.
Mmoja wao ni unajua mtu anaitwa Oliver.
Mmoja wao ni Oliver, yes. Marami, Oliver.
So this was statement to that that task force. Was it a task force? This was what statement to who?
Chair, as we moved around, there are people who are so conversant.
Yeah, so it was statements to that task force that you headed.
Yes.
Was it a task force?
Ours was a task force.
The one that you headed?
Yes.
So these were the statements to the task force?
They are writing to us to confirm the issues at hand.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I could refer the witness to page 182 of Laban Tole's statement. Can just read the second paragraph of at page 8, just the second paragraph only.
During my entire career, I served up country, that's Nairobi and beyond, but for only 6 months when I worked at the Port Police, Kilindini, Mombasa. On my way, on the other hand, I wish to confirm that I bought my first car in 1964 and have driven vehicles from up country to Mombasa and vice versa on numerous occasions. I therefore know for certain that Macnan Road, Nairobi, the road, sorry,
Yeah. I tried to also to get a context when you say there's a statement, then I asked him the context in which.
Chair,
So
that witness has sworn an affidavit, which was filed with the commission, and also.
So why don't you call him?
Chair, there are documents that shows he's unwell, and unless we get another time, we may not be able to call him now.
But since this is a document attached to some report, it is self-explanatory. We just know the context within which that report was made. In fact, what I was going to ask maybe when at the right time was to find out whether there was a conclusion. Was there a report of that task force? Because that's what would really be most helpful.
I'll conclude with the report, yeah?
Yeah, because
in the
then,
next few minutes.
Because it's easier for him to say, I was chairing this task force, we came up with this report, and this report was based on documents attached. Now, the probative value will attach to that, we can deal with. It becomes a bit tricky, I think, to start now to have him step in the shoes of Tole.
I'm guided, yeah.
So Tole is unwell?
Tole is unwell, he's a senior citizen. Actually, he came yesterday, but he was not going to be able to come.
Oh, he came yesterday?
Yes, yes.
Why didn't he testify?
No, he did not speak here, but he traveled all the way from.
So where is he now?
He's telling me that they've made arrangements to have him taken back because of his health. Okay,
anyway, that's another issue altogether. Let him just, I think it would be easier to confine himself to, and it will actually even move faster because we'll be able to read this ourselves. Yeah. Particularly if there is a report that came out of the task force, in my view, that would be the most helpful.
I'm guided. Yeah? So, Bwana Wilson, just want us to see the recommendations that you made in the report that you were chairing. Chair, I'm referring to page 54.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask him to read the recommendations?
So, on page what?
Page 54. They are captured at page 54.
Yeah, just proceed. But the other thing is that he can also summarize, since we are able to read, he can give us a summary. And you see, because you are chair of the task force, it's very easy for you to summarize for us. Then we will read the details.
Summarize the recommendations that you made on the report for Mtito Ande and Makin and Rot.
Thank you, Chair. We had the recommendations for both Taita Taveta, Makueni Mtito Ande. And we said there was need for the formation of the teams or two teams of technical persons that would then help lead the process. Also said dialogue at a higher level was important to be encouraged, particularly between the two governments or the governors, and also try to involve the surveyors of both sides to try to identify the beacons. We also said after identifying, after agreeing on the boundaries, then there should be a way to maintain, so that in future people should not say, should not be able to locate the exact boundary areas. And this we said it could be done by maybe planting big trees like baobab, such like things. We also said both sides, both the Ukambani and the Taita, they should be assured of the security of their property. If the house or the business is found to be within Taita, but the owners are from Makueni, then that should not be an issue. They only need to be guided where to pay their taxes and vice versa. If the building or the business is in Kambani side, then people should be advised on where to pay taxes, regardless the ethnic attachment. And then we also said there should be public aware, they should be put aware of the dispute and how it has been resolved through major meetings organized by the relevant authorities. Then for Kwale, Chair, we said we involved elders from both sides to discuss and resolve the matter. We also said we review the steps taken in settling the dispute between Taita and Kwale over Magnan Road. Reviewing the steps means how far had the issue gone before even the committee was formed, so that if there are steps that were not done, they are followed to conclusion. Chair, we also say that the dispute between Taita and Kwale at Magnan Road should be proceeded as per the advisory opinion on the boundary between the governments. And we quoted the Otiende Omolo, was the chairman of the Commission of Justice then. And then also said the fact that the decision was made to have Magnan Road revert Taita, it is therefore logical to conclude the process. For if the process was finalized that time, we would not have the dispute we have today. And then we also said, while the dispute still stands, it is recommended that Kwale ceases giving out title deeds at the area of dispute until dispute is finally concluded, dispute is concluded. We also said the government should have considered maybe court injunction or something like that. And then look at the legal aspects of whether the district commissioner at that time had powers to alter the boundaries against the wishes of the people. And finally, consider historical injustices meted to Taita living in Magnan Road as per the Constitution. Those are the recommendations, Chair and the commissioners, that we made for action.
Thank you, Bwana Wilson. Second last question, you've mentioned that kuna state lodge huko Mtito Andei. Hiyo state lodge iko upande gani?
I may not be very good at describing geographically, but when you are coming from Nairobi, heading to Mombasa, after the river, Mtito River, where I said there used to be a signboard on the right hand, that's where the state lodge is.
Iko upande wa Taita ama upande wa Makueni?
Iko upande wa Taita and now Taita Taveta.
Huko Mtito Andei kuna kanisa lolote unajua?
Ya kuna kanisa Anglican Church.
Do you like to tell the commission anything about how the church was built?
What I was told when we visited is that there were land that was meant for the locals or inhabitants of Taita. Some sold their land. Some, out of fear, they hurriedly sold unwillingly. This include those whose land were taken or sold hurriedly. There are some institutions that are built on them, including the church, the schools, the hospitals, and the like.
Bwana Wilson, do you know any Taitas who resided in Mtito Andei and today you own any parcel of land at Mtito Andei?
Yeah, there's this, I know quite a number. I seem not to capture the names of it, but I know there are people of Taita who live in Tandai. There's one very notorious and keeps on calling, asking, how far have you gone? His name has just escaped.
Chair, with that, I leave it at that, and I hand over the witness to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilson, thank you. I'll ask you a few questions in follow-up of what you've testified. And firstly, you talked of the task force that you appointed to as chair.
Yes, sir.
And before that, you had also referred us to having moved, I think, from being a teacher to working for the county government. From being a teacher initially, and then you went to work for the county government.
Just a point of correction. From being a teacher, I also worked for an NGO, that's Plan International Kenya, for some time. But immediately after my A levels, I joined teaching, immediately, before even the results. So I taught at Mwandango Secondary School, but immediately after that, I joined Plan International Kenya. Then after Plan International Kenya, when they phased out, I went to Embu Meru, where I worked as a program manager. When they were phasing out, then I was equally phased out. So I came home. And after that, I resumed teaching briefly. Then I was elected there as a councillor for 5 years. After the 5 years, as the new constitution was coming in, I was not lucky to get there. And I was employed by Joyce Lay, a women representative, Taita Taveta, as the manager in our office. It is from that I was picked from Joyce Lay's office to go and head the task force for the county that the leadership felt I had some information. And why they felt I had some information, Chair, is because previously I worked with the Wazee, Wambololo and Angolia in Voi to determine the boundaries between the KWS and the people of these two locations. So out of that experience, I think that's why they picked on me.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is that when you referred to working on boundary activities within the county was after you had taken up as chairman of the task force.
Sorry, come up again.
You actually referred to boundary activities, that you went to the county to undertake boundary activities. Use the word general, boundary activities. Is that the word used? Generally, you say that you went to undertake boundary activities.
Yes.
My interest is in finding out what boundary activities is.
Chair, I think I'm not sure if I pointed out, but I said I had clear terms of reference that I was supposed to find out what are the conflicts from Magnandrod, what are the conflicts in Tito, and there was also another issue that is not subject to this panel of Rombo that included an area of visit and finding out what has been the issue and how can it be sorted out once and for all.
Okay. Would you explain to us, you submitted this report to the county government and to the county assembly, and I think you've also summarized for us the recommendations that you had made. Probably just appraise us on any progress in terms of the implementation of the recommendations. Is there anything that has happened so far up to this point?
Thank you, Chair. Despite our internal challenges in working on the report, we managed to do our best that we felt was okay. And I had the opportunity to brief the then governor, the first governor for Taita Taveta, John Mrutu, and his executive. I had the opportunity to address the county assembly on the progress, on how far I've gone. And in the recent past, I've had the opportunity of handing over the report to the second governor, okay, for onward transmission. But again, recently on the third governor, they called me for appraising them on the same subject matter, where the governor and his executive team and the county assembly members attended, and I briefed them on the subject matter and how far we have gone with the issue.
Okay. Finally, Council, maybe just trying to check on this. Yesterday we had the chief who testified, and listening to Wilson today, the issue of marking on and the Gazette notice, and either the Gazette notice not having been, I think there was some understanding, but it was never revoked. Is it just part of your strategy that the chief, having been a leader in that area and having held, I think he expounded a lot of things that he did at Makino, that he never mentioned anything about that?
Commissioner, if I understand your question, maybe you can just summarize what you are revising as a witness.
I'm just looking at the wholesome, in whole, the testimony he gave, but the whole issue of the Gazette notice, he never even touched. That's why I'm asking, would it just be part of your strategy that he was dealing with a different aspect of the evidence from what Wilson is handling? Because I find it to be a very important matter that he has brought up today, and I think really we've spent quite a lot of time around that Gazette notice.
Yes,
and him having been a chief, and he also expounded on a lot of meetings he held, I think he never alluded to anything of that sort. Was it just something, is it part of your strategy, or is it something that he didn't find important to mention?
It was important to be mentioned by the chief, but you realize that the affidavit for the chief and even the other witnesses, that they were just briefed without any documents. Now Wilson is the one who has all the documents that we are relying on, and that is why the issue of Gazette notice had to come from him, specifically because the issue of Gazette notice is contained in the document which we have annexed to the affidavit of Wilson. But the issue of the other documents we did not attach to the affidavit of the witness, who was the former chief.
It's understandable. Thank you.
Just repeat again. From which you are councillor from when to when? You are councillor from when to when? When were you first elected as a councillor?
2007, 08, I think, to the first 5 years. If I'm not wrong, 2007 to...
You are basically the last lot of councillors we had.
Sorry?
You are the last lot of councillors we had.
Yes.
Okay. Now this task force you chaired, you went through a lot of documentation.
Sorry?
You went through a lot of documentation. I think the chair had asked you where you got them from. And I would just like you to be clear that these documents were officially sourced. Is that correct?
Chair, that is correct. And just to take you back slightly, as I entered in the council, I found the previous councillors had done quite substantial job.
But we'll go there. First,
Okay.
I just need to answer my question, whether the documents we have, which you obtained,
Yes.
or were given to you, were actually officially sourced from
That's
official records. So it is the archives, and you have evidence to show that actually got them from the archives, or whatever government office that you may have received this.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So these are actually, we can actually get they are true copies of the originals.
Correct.
Are you able to provide us with certificates of the same?
Certificate as in?
Where they are certified as their true copies. I don't know whether...
I think in my address I mentioned, out of myself, there are some, and I don't have a reason why I did that. There are some, I would ask them, can you certify?
So are you the one who went to the archives?
Yes.
It's you who went to the archives?
Yes.
You are the one who
together
did
with
this?
Mr. Tolly.
Or you are the people who did the actual research?
Yes.
You did not send.
No.
You
I
went.
did it personally with Mr. Tole.
This committee had how many members? You are the chair. How many members were there?
We are 9 other members, and
Nine.
then we had 11 co-opted, whom we are picking when we feel necessary. For example, Mr. Tole was not among the 9, but we felt he was very useful, and indeed he has been. And we co-opted him, so in most cases, he almost became like an ordinary committee member because of his resource.
You had a secretariat for the task force?
We had a lady who was doing documentation for us, one Cecilia Bongosa.
Okay, that was your secretariat.
Yes.
So essentially the committee did all the work. You collected the information, you looked at it, and then you prepared the report.
Yes, sir.
You had no technical support?
No.
Just you, okay. In the course of looking at all this documentation, you mentioned a Gazette notice of 1947.
Yes.
Where is it in your documents?
I'm not sure whether I'm not sure if it's attached, but it's there. The
What
1947.
was this Gazette notice saying?
This Gazette notice of 1947, it was, I don't know which exact word to use, but it was documenting within Kenya other areas that were equally marked as townships. And Macnan Road is among the many areas, or the few areas, that were put in the Gazette notice that year, 1947.
Okay, so did the Gazette notice also describe the boundaries of Makinon town?
It did.
Did it refer to a plan?
Sorry?
Did it make any reference to a plan? Maybe the best, it's okay, maybe you're trying to remember, but I would be happy to see the Gazette notice so that we actually see what sort of description it gave to the town.
I think the bit that I can remember is that how we got that Gazette notice. A certain officer was posted in Voi from police, and he wrote a letter to the DC asking the DC what is the area of my jurisdiction. And then in the reply by the DC, he gave a reference. Wewe utatawala kulingana na reference number this. So when he followed up that reference, we realized the reference is a Kenya Gazette that talks about the Macnan Road as a township. And it is in that relationship, Your Honor, that the DC Kwale gave a reference of saying, I have just realized this area is very big. Actually said it is 35
Oh, that's fine.
miles.
That's fine.
Okay.
I just need to, I want to know the description, where the description of Makinon town is. Because when you declare a town, there's a description. And there's a plan attached to it to show these are the boundaries of the town. It would be good for us to know. Maybe council, is it attached? I went through and I didn't find. Maybe I may have done so in a hurry. It would be good.
Yeah, I've just realized it is not attached, but we have it with the permission of the commission.
Can we get it by the time the surveyors are presenting?
Okay, there, from page 186.
100 and?
186. That is Kenya Cassette, Kenya Official Cassette Supplement number 55, dated 23rd December 1947.
Okay, yeah, I can see it. So there's a description of the town and its boundaries. Okay. Where in this Gazette notice does it say it is in? Actually, there's a plan referred to it. The boundaries are delineated edge right on the boundary plan number 210, deposited in the Survey Records Office. Do you have that plan? Did the committee look at this plan? Did they find the plan?
No, we did not.
Maybe you can also help find where in this Gazette notice does it say it is in Taita Taveta? Where in this Gazette notice does it say the town is in Taita Taveta? Maybe as your council can look at it, so that we don't waste too much time on it. You are councillor.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the county, that was a county council.
Yes.
Did you ever prepare a valuation roll for Makueni town?
I think it was prepared.
No, it's not a question of whether you think. Because a law must have been passed in the assembly. Did you ever prepare one?
If my thinking is correct, Your Honor, we did.
Were you levying rates? You've taken us through many receipts, but I didn't see one of rates.
The other one, I may not be very sure.
Were you levying rates in Makueni town? Collecting rates from Makueni town?
We were, but with a lot of difficulties because that conflict would collect, others would come from Kwale.
But we did. But the basis would be evaluation roll.
We did.
So you had a roll which you had actually prepared for. Same for Mtitwande?
I should think so, Your Honor.
No, it's not about thinking. You know you are a councillor. And you chaired a very important task force with very clear terms of reference. Those are your words.
Your Honor, I don't want to say yes or no because it is not in my mind. But,
okay,
but we are doing, I can remember we are doing evaluation roles.
So would there be a demand for it? Were there demands issued by the county council of Taita to the landowners in Makueni town on Sunday, asking them to pay?
They should be.
Was that ever presented to you?
Not of any that I can remember.
You did not see that?
No.
Makueni Road yesterday, we were told Makueni Road town was a military barrack. Is that your understanding as well?
Most area within Makueni Road, yes, it was under the soldiers, the troops were doing there, whatever there.
It used to be a barrack. So in the colonial time, was Makueni Road crown land or trust land?
For me, it was trust land.
It was trust land.
That one I may not be certain, Your Honor. Because
no, I'm asking this because you are councillor, so you.
No, unfortunately, my term was very short. By the time I started understanding what councils and councillors do, the term ended. So I may not be I don't want to give an answer that is not correct. But I understand about the trust land and the crown land. What is not in my mind is at that time, where was it put? Within crown land or trust land? I'm not very certain.
But you are clear it was a place occupied by the British Army.
Yeah, that is true.
So who evicted Taitas from Makueni town? Were they the British or were they the Drumas? Or
you know, basically, those days there were very few Taitas there, and that is why this DC didn't find it necessary to run or to administer up to Makueni Road. The biggest population then was the military. And I think, if my mind is correct, there's some place we indicated even how many Taitas were there at that time. There were not more than 100 at that time. But with the time, they increased. Yeah, with the time they increased.
So the Taitas came into Makueni town. Were they there before they left, or did they move into Makueni town?
Historically, Taitas, those old Wazes, I don't know how they found themselves in Makueni and Taru, but they were there. And something that I did not mention, like for example, Taru, I'm told the first shopkeeper, the first building was, first plot number 1 Taru, was issued by Taita Taveta.
But that's fine,
So-
but we are more concerned about
Yeah.
Makinon, because the claim by the petitioner is about the people of these 2 towns are paying taxes to 2 authorities, and that is the violation he's talking about. So we need to understand where Makinon town is, and we can try and look at that from the historical perspective, okay? So from history, did the Taitas, were they settled in Makinon town? In the area we know today as Makinon Road town.
To the best of my knowledge, Commissioner, Taitas lived there.
So
in
were they,
Magnan Road.
so who moved them out?
They were moved out through the instructions of a DC, who said, and I said here,
This is 1961.
yes,
But the British were there way before.
the British did not occupy the whole of Magnan Road. It was section of the Magnan Road. Because Magnan Road is very large, it's not a small area. So while locals were there was also an area where the army or the British, the soldiers were. But there was an area within Magnan Road where people also were living.
I think that's what we're trying to establish. It's
Yes.
an area that is known as Makinon, which one of the witnesses yesterday was calling Makina,
Yes.
and the town known as Makinon. A town known as Makinon was created. We are trying to establish this town, live around the surrounding areas. They could even be trust lands today or community land today. This area known as, where we are talking about is Makinon town. That is where the British were settled, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So was that land occupied by the Taitas before the British came?
Chair, I'm not sure who came first. That one I cannot ascertain. I'm not sure. Is it the soldiers or the locals who came first? But I can assume the locals came first.
Here
I can assume.
You can't make assumptions. Okay, let me take it maybe to a time when you are councillor. I've looked at a gazette notice. When was Mtito declared a town?
I may not be very sure because,
This time you are councillor.
but I was not the council of the area. There are 2 wards.
You
I was the
started
councillor for Bololo.
Uh-huh.
And Magnan Road falls within the area of Ngolia ward. So I cannot exactly remember when it was declared as a township.
But in the task force, you are never, were you given a gazette notice to show the creation of Mtito?
No.
There's a gazette notice that was done in 2007 by Muskari Kombo then as the Minister for Local Government. And there's a plan attached to it. You never saw it? There's a plan attached to it. Yes. You're not familiar with that gazette notice?
No, I'm not.
The committee did not discuss or come across that gazette notice.
No, not of any that I saw.
So the claim from Mtito stems from what?
Sorry?
What is the claim from Mtito? Why are the Taita Taveta County? And I want to distinguish between the Taitas and the Taita as a county. The Taitas as a nation can live outside of Taita County. We agree with that?
I seem not to
The
get-
Taita people
Yes.
can live in areas that even are outside of Taita, what you know as Taita County today.
They can live anywhere.
And maybe I can ask this question I asked yesterday. Are there Taitas who have ancestral land outside of the area we know today as Taita County?
There are people who live in Tito and who lived there before.
No, you've not answered my question. Are there Taitas who claim ancestral land and they're still living there in land that is outside of Taita County?
Yes.
Where?
Areas of Mangeleto.
Where?
Mangeleto.
Where is that? In which county is that?
Well, I would say it is it's supposed to be in Taita. Areas of Chulu Hills.
Where is it? Which county is it now?
claims are it's in Makueni.
Is in Makueni.
Yes.
But traditionally those are Taita.
There are people who are their land there.
Okay, traditionally those were Taita's land.
Yes.
But right now they are in Makueni.
Makueni.
And also there will be Taitas who would be having ancestral land in Kwale.
I would guess
possible.
So.
Okay?
I would guess so.
Possible. But now we are talking about the county itself. Okay? And a town called Makinon and Mtitwandei. So Mtitwandei, I'm asking whether in your committee you actually came across a gazette notice that created Mtitwandei as a town.
No.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. I'm trying to look for this letter by Honorable Tendi Amolo. Maybe council, you can also help me find where it is. You took us through a letter from a public health official. You took us through a letter from the public health official. Now, council, where is it? You can try and look for it. Just try and, this letter by reference CAJ A04 2012, volume 1 of 15th July 2015. Annex 32, referred to as Annex 32 is on page 55 of that bundle. 55 written in felt pen, but page 30 printed. So that I can understand, the paging is the one written on top. Is that the correct paging you're following? So page 55, Taita Taveta Kwale Makinon, bullet number 3, there is a reference by, it was written by Dr. Utindi Amolo, Annex 32. Just try and find out for me where it is. I can't see the annex, so maybe I have difficulty following where the annex is. Part of your submissions, as we look for that letter, so part of the submissions were letters that were done or documents that prove that Makinon Road town is in Taita. I'm looking at a letter here, and this is page 245, written by the public health officer, PO Box 31 Samburu, dated 4th December 2010. You recall that letter? Page 245. The question I want to ask, the question I want to ask,
yes,
whose address is in Samburu?
Yes.
To a head of the head teacher Mbele Primary School. I think you referred to us as an R report. This one is done by a public health officer, and the postal address is Samburu. So I'm asking, where is Samburu? Is Samburu in Kwale or in Taita? It's in your documents. Is it in Samburu or Taita? Is it in Kwale or Taita?
I think it's in Taita. No, I meant to be sure.
You're not sure where it is?
I know.
There is, on page 258, there is a letter addressed to the Managing Director, Kenya Railways, written actually by Belle Primary School, to the Managing Director of Kenya Railways Corporation, and to the Chairman of the National Land Commission, to the attention to Dr. Konyimbi, about compensation. And here there is, on the second paragraph, the head teacher says, or maybe you can read, just read. Second paragraph.
From where it reads, please note.
Yes.
Please note that we recently acquired a title document for our subject land and realized the same was registered through Kwale County as parcel number Kwale/Magnan Road. Magnan Road phase 1 to 5, measuring 4.784 hectares. The Board of Management of Mbele Primary categorically stated that the school belongs to Taita Taveta County and they should reflect in the title. The land within which school is based is wholly within Taita Taveta County, and this should be reflected in the title document. Please note that title to the land is a requirement of registration of school, the Ministry of Education, and therefore this must be amended immediately for renewal of registration of the school to reflect Taita Taveta County under which it is administered.
So from this, it shows, do you get the impression that officially, officially the understanding was Makinon Road is in Kwale County, or Kwale District as it was then?
Commissioner,
why would this land be registered in Kwale and not in Taita District?
Commissioner, my understanding here on this very subject, the registration of schools getting title deed, it started very recently. Previously, all these schools were known, but they had no title deeds. Actually, this became in effect around when I was a councillor thereabout. And because all the institutions, later on, there was a demand for them to have title deeds. I would say our friends from Kwale hurriedly, knowing that the school has no title deed, hurriedly issued a title deed, which now when it was issued, there were concerns. The people there knew the title deed should have come from Taita and not from Kwale. That's what I can say.
There was this letter appears to be the most common or the central point in trying to point out where the confusion started. The letter of 1961 by this DO. This DO who wrote saying he wants to transfer Makinon Road to Kwale, right? Do you remember that letter? The 1961 letter from this DO, a colonial DO, right?
From the DO or from the DC?
It was from the DC. About? Okay, from the DC.
Yes.
It was from the DC to the DC in Kwale.
Yes.
Was there a gazettement to formally transfer Makinon Road from Taita to Kwale?
Chair,
is there an actual gazette notice because we have seen the letter, but I'm asking for where is there a gazette notice?
Chair, in my layman's understanding, I looked at a document, I think, I'm not sure whether it is there, that confirmed that transfer. And
Governor Wilson, you chaired a committee and you went through a lot of documentation. I'm just asking, okay, I'm sure the council can assist, whether you actually saw the gazette notice that transferred Makinon Road from Taita to Kwale.
Yes, I did.
Is it part of your bundles?
It should be there, but I did, and yes, I submitted the gazette notice with a comment that was the genesis of the problem. Number two, yes, it's there because the DC, Taita, confessed he has made a mistake because he has put
that's fine. That's fine. What I need is to see the gazette notice. At least
I can help you show the gazette notice.
as I look for it, I'm sure a team will look for it. As they look for it, Wilson,
Yes, sir.
did you also say that when the law was passed in 1982, this Provincial and Boundaries Act, the people of Taita Taveta were not involved? Did I hear you say something like that?
1992.
1992.
Yes.
They were not involved.
Yes, I said that.
Did you have representation in Parliament?
Oh, yes, there was an MP. There must have been an MP.
How many MPs were coming from Taita district that time?
How many MPs were?
Coming from Taita district that time.
From 1962? Or what do you mean?
No, 1982. They were talking about the law.
1992.
Yeah, the law that was passed in 1992.
Yes.
That created the boundaries as we see
Yes.
them today.
Yes.
You say the Taitas were not involved. That's what I think I heard you say that.
Yes.
You can correct whether I heard wrong.
No, I said the public was not involved.
The public was not involved
Yes.
when this law was being passed.
Yes.
But the Taitas had representation in Parliament.
Yes, they did.
How many MPs did you have?
4.
4 of them.
Yes.
Did you call them in your committee to ask them what their position was during the discussions of this bill?
I did not.
So the view of the Taitas in 1992 is being expressed today, or are these views from 1992?
Sorry, come on.
I'm asking, in 1992, there seemed to have been no problem when this bill was being passed. Yes. But now we have a problem with the bill, because I heard you say that is, you are not involved and you have a problem with.
Thank you, Chair. Now I've got a question. You know, Chair, what I can say is, there are some of these documents, some of them, they are very technical. And they are not easily accessible to ordinary Mwananchi. And many times when we talk about gazette notice, you know, people don't understand what these gazette notices are all about. So I want to appreciate that we had MPs. Yeah? But ever since, maybe others, and nobody actually mentioned, nobody said there was any involvement when these decisions were being made. Now, why is it becoming an issue right now? Is because, for example, Mtito, we are saying we extend up to Mtito. The Makueni, they're saying we also extend up to Mtito. So where is the border point? So it has become an issue. But the way, Commissioner, me had say, most of these problems have come as a result of devolution. Because kila mtu anataka ajue kwake ni wapi, akona nini, resources zake ziko namna gani, na watu wana benefit namna gani. That is where
that's okay, but me I'm asking, because you say, you know, you had a team, you had a task force.
Yes.
Which I believe you had powers to call for experts.
Yes.
Did you call any to try and explain to you the description that is in the act? Because you say it was difficult. Did you ask a surveyor whether they can interpret whatever was written there and know the boundaries of the county?
Commissioner, I did. I even reported to the governor about the ambiguity as a layman.
No, but I'm asking whether you asked a technical person whether there is ambiguity in trying to understand the description as contained in the act.
I did.
And which expert is this that you talked to?
The surveyor from the County of Taita Taveta.
Did they give you any report to that effect?
They did not.
They did not?
They did not.
Today, if we ask this, and there are surveyors here, if we ask them today that they look at that description and they plot for us, and if they manage to plot, would you still agree there's an ambiguity?
Chair, I would say if the surveyors got the ground.
Not on the ground, they use the description in the law. There's a description in the law.
Yes.
That says the boundary. That's what you're saying is a problem. Because they can use that description to plot the boundaries.
Yes.
Did you try to do that?
We could not manage to do it because of our inability. We as committee, for example, when we are reading even the gazette notice of the description, you know, when you start saying fatherly, south, northerly, east, that is not our area. That's the area of the professions. So if right now.
But Wilson, that's why I'm asking you whether you had any professionals assisting the task force?
And Commissioner have said, yes, we did.
So which professionals were this? Was one of them a surveyor?
Surveyor, yes.
And the surveyor is the one who told you it is ambiguous?
Yes.
The surveyor who was here today?
Not this one.
Yeah.
When we were doing a report, we had a different surveyor.
A licensed surveyor?
I can't remember his name, but we had a surveyor in Taita Taveta County.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think before you continue, the commissioner has asked whether there is a state that stated Kwale, marking on road has been transferred to Kwale. I just wish to refer the commission to page 66. There is a letter it only confirms that it was cassetted, but unfortunately we do not have the cassette. I will go and try to see if I am able to get it, then we can supply to the commission. But if you look at the last paragraph, it confirms that the cassettment was done, but unfortunately we do not have the state cassette notice. Yes, page 66, yeah. The last paragraph. Paragraph 4, yes. The paragraph 4, I apologize for having quite unwittingly stirred up a regular honestness and would suggest I inform Mr. Mwanyumba that after consultation with you, in view of the strong feelings of the Taita and the possibility of a large-scale ranching scheme in the area, consideration be given to reversing the transfer, which has incidentally already been cassetted. We do not have the cassette notice now, but we will try. If we get one, we will supply to the commission.
So this is the letter, the letter of 13th August 1961.
Correct, yeah.
So is that the one we are saying that's where the condition started?
No, Chair. If you look at page 188, that is where the issue started. But now this is after all that issue has taken place where there was resistance, then a decision was made to be reversed. But that reversal was supposed to be cassetted because the transfer has already been cassetted.
Okay, if you go to page, I want to see whether I have the right context. If you go to page 223, excuse me, 223, are you there? You can show the witness.
Yes, yeah, page 223.
Yeah, there's there seems to be a Kenya Gazette supplement number 51, dated 14th July 1961, right?
Correct.
And reads the heading, Legal Notice 386, the Kenya Colony and Protectorate Boundaries Order in Council 1921 to 1948, right?
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, so if you go to on that, that same document, page 225, from the top, and this is where I need your guidance, it reads, in the description of the boundaries of the Taita district, by substituting for paragraph 6 thereof, in bracket, which ends with the words Makinon Road Station Reserve, end of bracket, and the next succeeding paragraph, the following new paragraphs. And then they talk about fence southwesterly by a straight line, blah, 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 to the northeastern corner of Makinon Road Township, and so on and so forth. Was that a change of boundary?
Chair, I agree with you.
Witness, these are your documents. Chair, you know you are chair of a task force, eh? You will excuse us for putting so much pressure on you because you also carry.
No, it's okay.
Because you are carrying a load on you because you are given a huge task. Could this be the reason you annexed this? This is your annexure. Could this be the reason you annexed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
To give us some perspective about change of boundaries.
Yes.
And as you said, of course, just like me, you cannot, this fence southerly, blah, 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 and so on, you may not be able to interpret.
Yes.
We leave it to technical people.
Exactly.
But is that the change? Because I can see it's 1961. And this around the same time you are saying that's where the problem started.
And Chair, for us as a committee, we took that as the document that effected the change.
Much as you and I don't understand the technical language there, is it your understanding or of that task force that is where there were changes that in a sense took away Makinon Road?
Chair, it is the committee's understanding, and if my memory is right, I also consulted and looked at the difference that the Gazette notice of the previous one vis-a-vis the 1961. We were guided that this could be the document that effected the change.
Effected the change in a sense of moving the boundary, moving Makinon Road away from Taita.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So what about the 1992 Act?
Now, the 1992 Act did not consider or reflect the changes that we are championing for.
But did it mirror that 1961 notice, from your understanding?
Chair, I may not be aware.
Is it consistent with the 1961 notice?
Chair, I may not be aware.
Okay.
What I can say, Chair,
Yeah.
which I'm not sure who should shoulder that. This struggle is over a very long time. And we have had presentations and presentations on the same issue. Not even to IBC, struggling to have that changed. But every time they tell us the issue is the Gazette notice. What we hoped, Chair, during the new constitution, when it was coming in, we had the opportunity to make the changes, and we did presentation on the same subject matter.
Okay, I think you've answered my question, and I think we will get details from more technical people. You told us about Ngolia Ward.
Yes.
Where is Ngolia Ward?
Ngolia Ward is in Voi constituency.
Is in?
Is in Voi constituency. Is one of the wards in Voi that extends its services up to Mtito. It is on the extreme end.
But that is Mtito and Day.
It goes the one that governs up to Mtito and Day.
Okay.
The Ngolia one.
Okay. Now, still on the issue of wards and electoral boundaries, in which ward is the Makinon Road town?
Makinon, as at now, I think it's placed under Kwale.
It's a ward that is in Kwale County.
Part of it. Not the whole of it, from, how do I explain it? From Mbele Primary down to Kwampaji, that covers the town. This is the town that we are in conflict.
Okay, because maybe when you go to the ground, you will understand because you understand it better.
Yes.
But is the whole of the township, Makinon Road, in one ward?
Chair, as per what they are holding on right now, is that Makinon Road transfer. Meaning, according to them, it's no longer in Taita. And according to Taita, we are saying this is ours. So it's the whole of that Makinon Road.
Okay, I'm looking at it in the context of when people are voting.
Yes.
Those centers where they are voting, yeah, in Makinon Road, they are voting in a ward that is in Kwale or in Taita Taveta.
Right now they are voting in Kwale. A number of them, though we have quite a number of them again from Makina who refused to register their votes in Makina of Kwale, and they register their votes in Makina of Taita, assuming
that's what I'm trying to understand,
yes.
Witness. Is it the case that there could be some award in Taita Taveta County, another ward in Kwale County for that township?
Legally?
Not legally, the way people vote.
No, sahi ni scramble for the fittest. Okay. Sahi ni scramble.
Okay.
Kwa sababu nasema ni yetu, anasema ni yao. So hata revenue, kuna wengine wanalipa Taita, kuna wengine wanalipa Kwale.
Okay, sawa.
Hata maji sasa wamesema hatutaki hiyo Tavevo, wanataka kuvuta Tavevo iingie kwao.
Now, I was coming to that Tavevo aspect. What is the history of Tavevo? Who was running Tavevo?
I may not know much about the history of Tavevo, but Tavevo is under Taita Taveta. It's even its offices are in Voi. Main offices.
So it is managed from Voi.
Yes.
Is it still what we saw here? What you showed us were receipts and documents, some dating 2011, some 2015. As we speak, who provides the water and sewerage services? Is it still Tavevo?
Tavevo does, but there's some pull and push for another line on the other side of Kwale. But up to now, as I'm talking, okay, Tavevo does.
Okay.
That letter by Otinde Molo was on page what? I think it's okay. I think I'll pose a question to the surveyor. It's fine.
Maybe just one more clarification. You have Taru. Taru is a township. Yeah, it's a township because you are given some testimony yesterday about. So, how far is Taru from Makinon Road?
Taru Makinon, I may not be able to estimate, but it's about
estimate.
It's about 30 minutes drive, 30 minutes drive.
Okay, and Taru is in Kwale.
It's alleged so.
Huh?
It is alleged so.
Okay. Because what I wanted to be clear, okay, what I needed to understand is where we are focusing on Makinon Road as a town, as where there's a problem with the boundary. Yet yesterday we were being told Taru is, you know, if historically you understand Taita to extend all the way to Taru, and the understanding is more like Makinon is deep inside Taita, while we are focusing on Makinon Road as that area and not having a general issue across other areas.
Chair,
where is there a focus on Makinon
Chair,
Road?
if you visit that area and you talk to elderly people I mean maybe 60 years onwards, all of them, particularly those who are from Kasaragao, all of them, they will tell you the boundary is in town. Okay? All of them. The challenge...
I don't want to take too much time on this.
Yeah.
So are we saying the boundary was moved all that distance from Taru, then past Makinon?
I just wanted to touch your bit, why Makina.
Okay, very briefly, please.
Yeah. Why Makina is the center of interest? Because it went as a township. The way it was gazetted. Yeah? Hiyo vile mpaka yake iliwekwa round, ilitolewa hivyo hivyo wapo, ikaenda Kwale. So the center of interest has been there because of that bit of the transfer. But generally, I'm not sure whether the bit of transfer equally affected other areas.
I think as we go along, we'll get clarity on it. For me, it's because it seems like, are we more or less arguing that you have a town somewhere in the middle of a district, and it's removed and placed in another district, yet the surrounding area is within that district, going back to history? Or there was a general move of the boundary and it affected many other areas? You may not have the answer right now, but maybe just think around it, and council, let us appreciate that. Why are we focusing on Makinon Road town? What is the? I don't need the answer right now, but as we go along, maybe you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring your attention to page number 66 on the issue of Taru, page 66, paragraph 2. I think it will shed some light on that issue.
Council, can you in one sentence interpret for me what this is, the message it's portraying, it is putting across?
Yeah, when you take into consideration all the other respondents together with this, when the decision was made to revert Makinon Road to Taita Taveta, from the correspondence it indicates that there's a term they have used that the appetite of the Taita was whetted, so that they were also claiming that their boundary extended up to Taru. And this letter, or this paragraph, backs up that assertion that actually they were Taita had lived for a very long time at Taru. So, in a way, it's backs up their claim. That's actually their boundary extended up to third.
I think where we are trying to establish is, are we okay with the boundaries as were created by the colonial government? And we seem to be having problems when they are being reviewed.
Yeah, that is
What about the colonial government do we accept? What don't we agree with?
Yeah, one of the issues for contestation is that the boundaries which are contained in the 1992 Act they are unfair because they are based on colonial boundaries which were done by the colonial government, and it did not reflect the wishes and the boundaries that were existing before the colonial government came in. And if you look at even the petition, it is one of the issues that has been raised in the petition that was filed before the NLC court. That the issue of current boundaries and even the ones that are contained in the 1992 Act are unfair because they are based on the colonial government boundaries.
But did this boundary result in the eviction or movement of people? Were people forcefully evicted because of this?
Yeah, I understand that, for example, in Mtito, when the 1992 Act came into place, there were several Taitas who were displaced from their original land. Even there's a school where the original inhabitants were Taitas, but they had to be moved so that the school could be created. And yes, so yeah, I'm informed that it actually resulted in the displacement of the people from their ancestral lands. And that is the reason why we were insisting on the commission going to the ground, because that is where the truth will come out, as opposed to we may not be able to establish that if we only rely on the documents and the evidence that we have here. But if we go to the ground, which I still urge, we try as much as possible to go to the ground, we will be able to resolve all these issues and involve all the people who are going to be affected by any decision that is going to be made by this commission, and also the Environment and Land Court.
So the 1992 Act, when it came up with these new boundaries, after that there were evictions. The Taitas were evicted from their land and told to leave. That is your, because you're trying to look at what was the effect of that.
That is the correct position. Yeah, as per our case.
Okay.
It's our case that there were displacement of the Taitas as a result of the 1992 Act, which largely adopted the colonial boundary delimitations.
From the affidavit and the witnesses, is there any of them who was displaced?
Yeah, we have the affidavits.
Which can you draw us to which one where there is a?
Let me just say one thing. We had attached to the affidavit that we were responding to an application for joinder of residents of Makinon, which was rejected. So we cannot rely on them, but we attached those affidavits as our rejoinder the application that was being made on Monday between the other parties. But on record, they are not on record right now.
And you see, that's why the chairman is asking why the focus on Mackinac Town. And we were asking if the effect of this law resulted in evictions and displacement of people. The main petition that is before us is about taxes. People paying taxes to two. But you seem to be having a different complaint that the boundaries as created in 1992 resulted in more injustices for the people of Taita by having them being displaced.
Yeah, if you look at the ruling that referred this dispute to this commission, the court was categorical that the commission should investigate historical land injustices and the inter-county boundary dispute. So our case is largely on the historical land injustices part, which is now supported also by which gave rise to the issue of boundary disputes between the three counties.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question asked by your fellow commissioner, Okumu, about the letter by Otiende Amolo, whereas it is not in the document by Taita Taveta, you will find it in Senator Okia Muteta's document at page 193. If you look at his band of documents, page 193, if you compare the date of that letter and the reference, page 193 at the bottom right-hand corner. The application, the notice of motion before the ELC Mombasa. Yes.
Are you done? We are done with the questions for him, the clarifications. I wanted to confirm from council whether you are done with your presentation and your witnesses, except for the surveyor's demonstration in the afternoon.
Yeah, we are done with him. I think the only part that is remaining is for the surveyors. We do the projection. Then we will also be seeking a clarification on the issue of, because yesterday the chair mentioned about submissions. So we would like to understand how that is going to be done. Is it written or it is going to be oral submissions, and whether that is going to be done just immediately after we are done with the hearing or after we are done with the groundwork.
No, we shall come to that as we go along. For now, you are presenting your case. So I think we take a break and then move on to Council. Karibu. We have missed you. Nilikuwa nasikia unakuja saa 5 mara nini, juzi, jana.
So, thank you.
Chair, it is a pleasure to be here. I can't even blame the traffic. There has been no traffic in Nairobi today, but we are ready to go with our one witness as soon as we resume.
No, I was saying that we have been missing you. Jana ukasema unakuja saa 5, tukasubiri, we didn't see you. You've been well represented, but I was just saying that we were waiting for you.
My apologies. Here I am.
No problem. But you are well represented.
Asante sana.
So you are ready to, we thought we'd be done by midday. This is 2. We'll take a break. Then when you come back, we start with you.
Thank you. What time do you want us to convene, Chair, after the break?
Is 2:45 okay?
That's okay. 1 hour is fine.
Yeah?
That is fine.
2:45?
Yes.
Okay, just a minute. All right.
from any actual residents of Makinon Road. Chair, I know the issue of the application by the residents of Makinon Road was taken up, and you have ruled on that, and we accept the contents of the ruling. But the suggestion or the request I wish to make of the committee is as follows, Chairman. The committee is proceeding in an inquisitorial manner. And I believe that is the best way for this mandate to be carried out. My request that in the spirit of the inquisitorial manner in which the committee is proceeding, those depositions by the residents of Makinon Road remain on record, and they remain available for the committee to consider when you retire to consider your decision in this matter. Because evidence has not been tested per se, there will be no prejudice if they remain on record, and it is the county government of Kwale's position that perhaps the proceedings or the record of this committee will be enriched by having the benefit of voices from people or actual residents of Makinon Road. Nobody here is a resident of Makinon Road other than those people who saw those affidavits. That is my polite request.
I don't get you, Council. You're talking about which
There was an application, there was a ruling that the committee made at the beginning of the
the application by Mr. Lugogo?
Yes, to participate in the
on behalf of residents of
Makinon Road.
Makinon Road.
So the request I'm making is that the material that they have shared remains on the committee's record, and the committee then should feel free to review that material, because that is material that emanates from the residents of Makinon Road.
So you're effectively seeking a review of our directions on behalf.
If I say
on
review,
behalf of the proposed interested party.
it is actually not for any party as such. The purpose of these proceedings is truth seeking, is to get to the bottom of this issue, and these proceedings are brought on their behalf, but their voices are unheard in those proceedings. Those documents give their voices an opportunity to be heard, and it will not be prejudicial. In fact, it will enrich the record of these proceedings if that material is available for the committee's consideration.
Okay, without preempting anything, Mr. Nyamodi, because like I said, we had given a direction on it, out of curiosity, why didn't you get that information as Kwale County? And you've had enough time for that.
I believe it.
I'm just curious why we had to wait until the last minute and then they're coming in as residents when Kwale County has.
We felt that the issue that is before this committee is really an issue of law. It is an issue that arises from the District and Provinces Act of 1992 and the applications of various articles of the Constitution that we will demonstrate. And as we were preparing for these proceedings, the county government of Kwale was of the considered position that from the perspective of the law, the positions are clear. Whatever is being alleged is questioning the wisdom of legislation, and further it is questioning the wisdom of the people of the Republic of Kenya as set out in our Constitution. But now that the residents of Makinon Road have taken the trouble to put their information together themselves, I was hoping that perhaps, Chairman, the committee would find it in its hearts, or find it in your heart to consider the information. Because it is inquisitorial, it would not be prejudicial to anybody. It would enrich really the proceedings.
Okay, as I said, it sounds more like an application to review our earlier ruling, but be that as it may, let us hear what the other parties have to say. Where is Omtata?
we oppose that application that has been made by my senior Mr. Nyamodi. Once the application for joinder was declined, the documents cannot be on record properly. Because in my understanding, the application seeks to review the orders that were made yesterday. Your Chair, if you look at even that response, it is actually not a response by the alleged residents. It is a response that actually bolsters the case by Kwale County against Taita Taveta County. If the commission is going to allow those documents to be on record, our client is going to be prejudiced because it will not have an opportunity to respond to the documents which have been introduced when we are going on with the hearing. Chair, that is going to violate or breach the principles of fair hearing, and Taita Taveta will not have been given a fair trial. Chair, if the commission is going to allow that application to retain the documents, then we equally seek to be given an opportunity to file further documents in response to the response that my senior Mr. Nyamodi wants the commission to consider. Chair, the suggestion by my senior colleague that the commission should consider those responses, it will amount to considering matters that are not properly on record. So the commission will not be acting properly, even in deciding this matter. So in view of the above few remarks, I totally oppose such an application. And Chair, if, because it is an affidavit, which means the witness has to come to testify, that will now require us also to call other witnesses, which will not be even proper for the proper hearing, in as much as the commission is exercising a quasi-judicial function. The principles of fairness must also be adhered to. Thank you.
Tata.
Mr. Mtata stepped out briefly, but he said he's coming in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but Kiprono, you are able to deal with such matter.
Yes.
Is this a bit too weighty for you?
No. I've consulted him. He says he's objecting the application, owing to the fact that the hearing has proceeded almost to the end. So this will prejudice parties like Kwale and even those residents of Makinon. If we allow them to join the proceeding at this stage, this means that we'll have to have the proceedings de novo, for them to have the advantage of listening to what with the witnesses from Taita Taveta presented. Mr. Mtata also said that he will be relying on his response. He has it in physical. He was unable to file it in time due to the predicament that he had already explained, that he is having an issue with communication. Perhaps I could hand you a hard copy of the same.
That is a response he had done to the...
Yeah, to the ruling.
The ruling
it says to the application.
To that application or request by way of a letter.
Yes, yes. So by the time he was ready to hand over the reply, it was late and you are already delivering your ruling. Yeah.
All right.
So
you
it
are
says
opposed, you are opposed. It's short.
Yeah.
You can have it. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Senior Counsel Mutua.
Mr. Chair, and members of the Commission, on the part of Makueni County, we are not opposed to the plea by Kwale County.
You are not opposed, or you don't take a position?
We are not opposed because we are more or less on the same side.
Okay, all right. Yeah, of course, even much as we have listened to you, we know that those who actually formally filed responses were the two counties, one objecting, the other siding with. So anyway, we just consult a bit. Okay, we had not, of course, anticipated this at this stage. What we'll do is we'll continue with the presentation by the Kwale at an appropriate stage. When you take a break, maybe before or after the presentation, we will deliberate and come back to. Yeah. But for now, I think we'll just proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I had mentioned at the beginning, the county of Kwale will be represented by one witness, Mr. Kisiwa, the county solicitor, who is seated next to me. And perhaps we can get straight into his testimony.
I am informed that I did not need to swear since I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And through your leave, Chair.
Are you speaking as, you can be an advocate, but you could be a witness.
Those are the direction, but I'm willing to be sworn.
No, but you sworn an affidavit, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
So who has given you the directions?
It's one of your officers.
No, you should be careful who gives you that. and as counsel, you should know better. Since you have sworn an affidavit, I think it's better we proceed that way. We deal with you as a witness.
Much obliged. I, Kisiwa Mohamed Koja, do swear that I, Kisiwa Mohamed Koja, do swear that I shall state the matter touching, what was it? That all that I shall state regarding the matter touching on this matter shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Chair, I request your leave. Maybe I make my presentation while seated for reasons of my health issues, but I'll be standing, or I can proceed while standing, then I I can see it during the process. Oh, okay.
Actually, why don't we, are you able to kind of switch? Yeah, the extra seats there.
Much
It will be neater.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Commissioners. I think yesterday we had the complainant. We deduced the complaint that is seeking the commission to decide which county to collect levies so that we avoid double payment, if any. Equally, Taita Taveta, who are not the complainant in this matter, they are asking for a portion of Makinon town, which in our submission, we say that it is in Kwale County. On our part, Kwale County, we do not have a dispute with any of the counties in Kenya regarding boundaries. For reason that the boundaries are very clear, pre-independence and post-independence and after the promulgation of the Constitution 2010. I did swear an affidavit on 1st November 2023, which I will be adopting as evidence. However, I'll be going through the same in presenting my case. So it appears that this is a case of allegations of double taxation. But we all know that counties do not tax. Counties only levy services. They ask for fees and levies after providing for services. And this is under Article 2094. I think my senior, Mr. Nyambodi, will be talking about it while summing up, doing submissions. So this is not a case of double taxation because we are saying none of the deponents in the affidavit shown by the complainant has come forward to prove that they are residents of Makinon. Or there's no documentary evidence to show that for a same period of time they have been charged levies or fees or SBPs. But for record purposes, we are saying that Kwale County boundaries are very clear. They are very demarcated. If you look at paragraph 5 of my affidavit, the boundary of Kwale district is clearly described in part 2, schedule 2 of the District and Provinces Act of 1992. And the definition of the boundaries is as the same and in line with the Kenya subsidiary legislation of 1961, which defines the boundaries of Makinon or Kwale district to commence from the northwestern corner of Makinon town. Legally, we are saying that Makinon town is part of Kwale County district, pursuant to the Local Government Act. Additionally, we are saying we have attached under Annexure number 1 a legal notice which indicates that Makinon town is an electoral area within the jurisdiction of Council of Kwale. So pre-independence, pre-colonial, pre-independence, the boundaries are distinct and very clear. Then we promulgated the Constitution 2010. And Article 6, it provides that the territory of Kenya is per the counties. Then the Constitution established the IEBC Commission under Article 88, which gives its mandate to delineate constituencies, and in so doing, in Kwale County, we have 4 sub-counties. We have Lungalunga sub-county, Matuga sub-county, Msambweni sub-county, and Kinango sub-county, where we have the controversial Makinon town. Controversial in the sense of Taita Taveta, but not in the sense of Kwale County. We have been living peacefully and harmoniously since then. I've heard that there are allegations of harassment. Maybe before I proceed further, unless these allegations of harassment came up after the court's case, came up after the court's order, which unfortunately was granted on a day when the court had said that it's not going to sit, which was granted ex parte. Since 2021, this order was never revised, despite several applications. And unfortunately, this order appears that it cannot be enforced for simple reasons. That the status quo is that Kwale County has been collecting fees and levies. Kwale County has been issuing business license since then. So here we are, we have a court order which says open a joint account. And this joint account cannot even be opened but that county, because it has the order in favor, it is the one forcefully coming to Kwale, in contempt of the very order which favors them. So it is our submissions that Kwale County is providing services on the ground. I remember the commissioners asked this question yesterday. Who is providing services? Kwale County is providing services. That's why it is collecting levies under Article 2094. It does not make sense for Taita Taveta to demand levies where it does not provide for services. I think we have annexed the CIDP, which shows the county plan for 5 years. Principally, the CIDP under page 32 it delineates Makinon town as both number one, administrative, and number two, as an electoral area. We are providing services because for that plan, for that 5-year plan, it shows what the county government wants to do. For example, under page 67, it talks about Kinango sub-county alone, which has 35 hospitals. Kinango sub-county has 7 wards. I think in one of the first annexure, I've listed the wards. Okay, they are listed there in the local government County of Kwale order of 2007.
What page?
This page 8 of the affidavit. And it's very clear. Everyone can see this that Makinon Road, it is a ward within Kwale County. It actually has an MCA who is elected by people of Kwale County. They are voters. There is a polling station. Actually, next week, we are going to have a public participation on the financial year 2024-2025 at Itaru Social Hall, which is Makinon Ward. I've heard one saying that Taru is in Taita Taveta. We have a social hall funded by the county government of Kwale. I've also listed projects that have been completed. The annexure is a CIDP, it is a plan, but we have completed project in Makina alone. We have Makinon Road Water Services Line. We have Makina VTC, which includes 3 twin workshops. So if the commission takes the route of going physically to the ground, it's going to see all these projects. There are almost 22 projects. I've listed 11 of them here. We have dispensaries. We have roads. We have cattle crush. We have public toilets. We have ECDs. We have Kilibasi Dam. All fully funded by the government of Kwale. So in a nutshell, to buttress this point in a nutshell is that it is not disputed that Makina is in Kwale, legally speaking.
You are using Makina and Makinon interchangeably?
Yeah, it is the same.
That's okay.
Makina and Makinon, the difference is the same. It means one and the same thing.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So, the first issue, I think it is very clear before the commission that Kwale County is providing services undisputedly. I think I have the last annexure in my affidavit, the Auditor General report. If you look at page 300 of the affidavit and page 35 of the report, the Kinango NGCD fund, funding schools in Makina. We have Makinon Road Girls Secondary School, funded by that kitty. We have Taro Girls, which is in Taro Town, which is in Kwale County, funded as well by the constituency fund. So it goes without saying that this is enough evidence to show that Kwale County is providing services. So if the area MP is voted by people of Kwale County. The county commissioner of Kwale during Madaraka Day celebration celebrated Madaraka Day with Her Excellency the Governor in Makinon town, the very, very town. So if the national government, in terms of the county commissioner, is not reporting to Kwale, if Makina was not in Kwale, would he have proceeded to join the governor in such kind of celebration? Would have gone to Taita Taveta. The governor of Taita Taveta cannot celebrate Madaraka Day at Makinon town. What he can do, he can only try to use the court order to come to Makinon town in terms of administration-wise. Unless he come to visit and join hands with Her Excellency, the Kwale governor. So by far and large, the Kwale County is in charge. It is managing the affairs of the county. The second issue, I think my senior is going to talk about it. Are we really here to talk about historical land injustice? Or are we here to talk about county boundaries? Because I can see we are calling surveyors to come here to delineate boundaries. But the boundaries as black and white. They're as provided in the law. So if someone wants to use an advisory opinion, let's go to Article 2.2 of the Constitution. What does it say? No person or state authority can alter, can go against what the Constitution says. And we all know that the Constitution is the supreme law. We know the mandates to alter boundaries under Article 188. 188.1. Senior, can I see the Constitution? Article 188.1. It says that county boundaries can only, because why am I saying historical versus county boundaries? Because Makinon town has a title deed under the trade, reserved for trade center. That's not a public land per se. Makinon town is adjudicated as a settlement. That takes away the public nature to engage in historical injustice in this matter. Nobody is claiming that he has been displaced. In fact, how can a county government displace? Nobody is claiming for compensation before you, honorable commissioners. So in as much as we want to call the surveyors, Kwale County is only asking you commissioners to respect the Constitution of Kenya and Article 188.1. And allow me to read it. The boundaries of a county may be altered, may, not shall, may be altered. You don't just alter boundaries because you want to, or because there's an advisory opinion, or because Taita Taveta wants to take away a town. You don't do that. But if it is necessary, do so by a resolution recommended by IEBC. IEBC is an institution formed under Article 67. It's their mandate. Let them recommend. Let them go to National Assembly. Let them go to Senate where the Senator Mtata serves. That's their role. And that's the only thing we're asking you, commissioners. Because by the end of the day, the High Court has instructed you to do a recommendation. And it is very simple. This is how you do it. Taxation is for the national government. I don't know whether it's a misleading statement that it is provided. Counties can only ask for levies under Article 2094. It is as simple as that. But if one county wants to take one town or the other, I've seen the question that we have been asking the witnesses. I can say that I am very happy. It's only that one cannot cross-examine, but you have been asking a very, very helpful questions. And I believe that our proposal as Kwale County government, we beseech the commission that we just do a recommendation to the High Court. Let's abide by Article 188(1). Let Kwale County continue managing Makinon Town. Have I missed something? So I wish to end it at that. Thank you very much.
Chairman, that is the only witness that the county government of Kwale will be calling in support of the positions that it has taken before the commission. Chairman, there are a few issues of law that I wish to take up, and I wanted to take your guidance whether this is the appropriate juncture at which to do them, or in the submissions that you have indicated that the parties will do.
As part of presenting your case, yes, you can have the facts or issues, other arguments.
Okay.
In fact, counsel here was a witness. He has spent quite a good amount of time on submissions.
It happens when lawyers testify.
Yeah, so we have no problem with that.
Okay.
We shall still come to final submissions, but it's your case.
All right.
And in your case, you will also be responding to what others have said so that we have direction.
All right. So, Chairman, just two issues of law which I wish to point out. One is with tremendous respect to the complaint about double taxation, the position of the county government of Kwale is that that allegation is a red herring. It does not arise. It does not exist in this matter for the following reason. Mr. Kisiwa went at length to establish the provisions, or in reliance of the provisions of Article 209 sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, that set out a county's ability to levy tax. And it is clear from the Constitution that counties are only able to levy tax in terms of entertainment and property. Any other money collected by a county is a fee or a levy. And a fee or a levy is an amount that is charged for a service that is provided. And it is Kwale's position that it is only Kwale that is providing services in Makinon, and therefore any fees or levies that are paid or are payable are then payable to Kwale, because fees or levies follow services. The second issue, and more fundamentally, is that the Commission would need to determine whether under its jurisdiction as set out in Article 67, sub-Article 2E of the Constitution, to resolve or to look into issues of historical injustices, it then has the ability to consider the complaint of the county government of Taita Taveta. Because the county government of Taita Taveta's complaint is very different from Senator Omtata's complaint. The county government of Taita Taveta has a substantive issue with the manner in which the boundaries for Taita Taveta County and Kwale County were delimited. Now, with tremendous respect to them, that by any stretch of the imagination cannot be framed as a historical injustice. It cannot be framed as a historical injustice because it is set out in legislation, and that legislation is then adopted or supported by the Constitution. It is Kwale's position that the Constitution is clear as to how county boundaries are to be altered. That assumes that the county boundaries are already set. And Taita Taveta's discomfort is with the manner in which the county boundaries exist. It is Kwale's position that this is not the appropriate forum to ventilate that issue. Chairman, members of the Commission, I have had the benefit of participating in a matter like this before the High Court. There was a boundary issue between the county of Turkana and the county of West Pokot after the first elections under this constitution. I undertake to supply this committee with the decision of the High Court. It contains guidance, which I urge this committee to take on board. I'm most obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Kisiwa. And thank you for that presentation. Maybe my first question, I would want to get your view on, from a perspective of history, may you be aware of any levying or collection of fees by Taita Taveta County from the town of Makina? I know what you have stated before us, but I'm just saying, from a historical perspective, may you be aware of anything like that?
Taita Taveta is a county just like Kwale. It came in inception after promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. So it has never collected levies or charges. But it had the benefit of doing that after the court order.
Okay. I'll follow up that. Again, riding on testimonies that have been given here, and this involves TANESCO as being a supplier, I believe, of water into Makina town. What would you have to say about that? We have documentation that was presented before us by Taita Taveta. I don't know what would be your comments on that.
You mentioned Tavevo.
Is it TANESCO?
It's Tavevo.
Tavevo, sorry.
Maybe I'll throw a question. Is Tavevo a private or a public company?
I should believe it's a public water company from the documentation that I did see.
For me, I don't think it invests any jurisdiction, whether it is a public or a private company.
The question is, what was put before us is that they supply water into Makina. Your contention in your testimony is that Taita Taveta does not provide any services to Makina town. That is what I'm trying to compare and contrast.
I'm guided, and I believe that's the position, that if there's a shortage or scarcity of water, the water companies goes an extra mile in assisting. But that's the end of it. But does not mean that it is providing services, because for a county to provide services, it has to do a budget for the area. I've just mentioned that we have a Kilibasi Dam.
Okay.
Yes.
So for record, we can take it that Tavevo only comes in case of shortage of water.
Exactly.
Okay. My other question would be, you talked of CIDP and I think public participation, including one that I think is coming up next week.
Next week, yes.
And I'm sure you also take up good record of the deliberations over that.
Yes.
Would you have any record in the past of anyone challenging the whole issue of public participation or your engagement in the dealings of Makina town?
Never at all. Actually,
you don't have anything.
Actually, these things only come up after the case.
Okay.
Yes.
I think for the benefit of the commission,
yes,
would you tell us whether we have any any national government facility in Makina town?
I believe there's an office for the area chief, but I'm not sure.
Okay, when was it built?
That's what I'm saying, I'm not sure. But the chief reports to Kwale,
Okay.
to the county commissioner Kwale, the district.
As a county government, I know there has been a lot of interaction with the IGRTC, especially in terms of handing over of either national assets and county assets. Those engagements have been going on. Have you participated in any of that as Kwale County?
Yes, but not myself.
Not yourself?
Yes.
As a county government, may you be aware of anything, any engagement between Kwale County and IGRTC, especially in relation to Makina Town? Makina Road.
What does RGTC mean?
Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee.
Yeah. Or between the national and the county?
And the county, yes.
They should have been, but that's what I'm saying. Myself have not been participating.
Okay.
Yes, as a person.
Fine. My last question, I think this is just a comment from you. This matter was referred to us by court.
Yes.
In your contestation, and I know that's law about IBC and delineation of boundaries, I would want to just understand what your comment would be as to the reasons why they actually advised that matter be, it was referred to us.
Thank you for that question. Number one, actually the court erred twice or thrice. It stated that it does not have original jurisdiction. The moment a court says so, it has to down its tools, according to the case of Motor Omna's case. It's a locus case on jurisdiction. So that was the first mistake the court did. It was the second, after the first one I mentioned about issuing an ex parte order on a date it said it is not going to sit. Now, referring the matter before the NLC, maybe it thought that it has historical injustice perspective. That's why it had sent the matter before you. But as submitted, and it is very clear, the complainant is asking you to determine which county to collect levy.
Thank you.
County Attorney Kisiwa, for how long have you been the county attorney?
I'm the county solicitor, not the
county solicitor. Is it same as county attorney?
No, county attorney has the status of CEC, while the county solicitor status of PS in the national and chief officers for counties.
Oh, so you report to the county attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
To answer your question, I was employed in 2021.
2021.
December, 6th December to be precise.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a question that has been raised about, and I think this issue of whether we can deal with this as a historical land injustice. And maybe I can also, now that I'll be asking you a question, maybe Councillor Nyamodi can look at it. Look at the NLC Act, Section 15(3)(b). Because I think the issue is coming out that there's a law that has delimited the boundaries. I would like you to look at the NLC Act, Section 15(3)(b), and I would like to hear your interpretation of that. I want us to go through, I don't know whether you understand the history of, because we have listened a lot about history. Historical land injustice are dealing with matters history. So from a historical perspective, my colleague asked you that question. Is there a time Makinon town was part of Taita district? To your recollection. Leave that one alone. As Councillor Nyamodi will be answering, you can be looking at it, then you can. Now what I'm saying is this, Nyamodi, I want you to be reflecting on that section. I will come to you. Okay? So let me finish with the Sisiwa. And when I'm asking you maybe CCO can be looking at the same section. Okay? Yeah. At any time in history, did Makinon town, was it ever part of Taita district?
Annexure on the page 223, I don't know whose affidavit was it. It make reference to Kenya legislation of 1961. There was actually an amendment removing Makinon town from Taita Taveta district.
So historically we can say...
Legally, not
it's
historically.
Okay, I
Yes.
will come to the legal part.
Okay.
But historically we can say, we can affirm as a fact that Makinon town was part of Taita district.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not talking about historically. In legislative drafting, there can be some areas. That's why we need amendments to laws. Maybe it was seen that there's that gap or that lacuna in the law, but I'm not talking about physically on the ground. You see, you can legislate on something, just like us. We are handling this matter here physically in Nairobi, yet there on the ground, people have so much expectations. We are giving injunctive orders against the status quo, which we do not know. So I equate that to the legislation. That's why it was amended to include the northern part of Township 2 of Makina,
So
to include Kwale.
where was it before? That's what I'm asking. If it was amended to include, if it had been included before, it was included and put where? Was it hanging? Was it an omission?
It was amended legally, but not physically. Physically, Makina has been pre-independence be part of Kwale County government.
No, but you see, previously we did not have county government. That's the same question you clarified.
Okay.
We had districts. We did not have...
Yes, I get it. It was within Kwale district.
So even back then,
yes,
it was part of...
Kwale district and the Kwale County Council.
So this Gazette notice we're being told of 1947. Have you come across it?
I've just heard it being mentioned here, and I don't think the commissioner was privy to see it as well.
So you're not familiar with that, other than maybe looking at the documents submitted. You also just read about a Gazette notice of 1947.
Yes.
So we do not know for a fact whether there was... no, I think what you're saying is the Gazette notice moved Makinon town to Kwale district. I need that your understanding of it.
You are referring to a document which I'm not privy, I've not seen, I've just heard.
This is a 1961, the 1963, I think it's 1963 Gazette.
Okay, the Kenya subsidiary one.
Yes, the 1963 one that actually moved.
You see, when you say move, move and amending, I don't think move is like a physical thing.
Cause and effect.
I don't know what you mean by literally move, by moving.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect. What was the effect of that amendment then?
I think maybe I repeat myself that, you see, if a law has issues, you just need to amend it.
So what was the issue with the law?
The issue of the law, it placed, either erroneously or by whatever, the draft of the law then knows that Makinon town, it was placed at Taita Taveta and had to be removed legally to Kwale district.
Okay.
Yes.
There is question about services. You are clear that from the word go, the services within Makinon town have been provided from Kwale?
Manifestly clear.
Do you have a ward administrator there?
Yes, it's called Ndaro.
Ndaro. And he reports...
Ndoro, to be precise.
Huh?
Ndoro.
Ndoro.
Yes.
And you have an MCA?
We have even a ward. We have a ward administrator. We have Honorable Magawari is the area MCA of Makinon ward.
Okay.
Yes.
You did also point out that Makinon town has a title deed.
The town itself, it has a title reserved for the trade center.
It has a title?
Reserved for the trade center.
It has an LR number?
I can't tell the title number for now. I did not check for it, but it has a title number reserved for the trade center. Registered, and this is also important, under Kwale registry.
So what is the LR number?
Sorry?
What is the LR number? Do you have it?
Number 4?
Land reference number or a parcel number?
Maybe if I will ask around, I'll ask and share before Mr. Nyamoda as he responds, I'll be sharing the number.
It was also your assertion that Makinon town is not public land. Did you say something like that?
That was a legal discourse. Public land, you see, if a place is adjudicated, we have 3 types of land. We have community, private, and public. Public land, you can say it is a public in the sense that it is reserved for a trade center. But it is adjudicated in the sense that it has title. So it depends how you interpret that one.
There are parcels within Makinon town, right?
Yes.
These parcels?
Under settlement scheme.
Under settlement scheme. Are they leaseholds or freehold?
They are freehold titles. They are adjudicated for individuals to own.
Even the town center? Even the
town center is reserved for the town center, for the trading center. So it's like a community land in a way. That's why I'm not saying it is a public, but it is public in terms of community and by the fact that it is used for that public purpose, for the trade center. So you cannot go there and build a residential house in the trade center.
You did say also that counties cannot levy taxes. Was that your...
It's the Constitution and Article 2091.
Do you have the Constitution with you?
Yes.
Please look at Article 2093A and tell me who is supposed to levy property taxes.
I made the qualification.
Yeah, I know, but you see, he's still insisting. So let him just deal with it.
Normally, laws provide for the general law and exception. So I said...
No, just take the mic. Yeah.
209. You said 3.
Article 209. 3.
Yes. The qualification is only for 2 or 1.
Which one?
The entertainment and if allowed by another act of parliament.
Property taxes are levied by who?
Sorry?
Property taxes are levied by who? Who levies property taxes?
I'm talking about taxes.
Yes, but I'm asking you who levies property taxes?
County government.
But I'm at lost. You said counties don't levy.
Okay, is rates a tax?
No, you can't ask me. I'm asking you.
Okay, I did not mention property because for me I thought rates are not tax. I'm not a guru in accounting, but I did not mention property. I went to entertainment.
So who is collecting property taxes in Makinon town?
Kwale County government.
But you don't collect taxes. I'm trying to understand who collects. What do you collect in Kwale town?
Because the land is adjudicated, of course you have to pay for property rates.
So they're paying rates?
Yes.
They're paying, it is Kwale County that is issuing demand notes?
Kwale County is entirely managing the town.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nyamodi, have you had a chance to look at that section?
Yes, I've had a chance to look at that section. and it caused me more trouble than when I looked at it in the first place. The section says the claim, this is the one that seeks to deal, subsection 3 seeks to deal with the jurisdiction that the Commission is now exercising. And it states in 3B that the claim is not capable of being addressed through the ordinary court system on the basis that, Roman 1, the claim contradicts a law that was in force at the time the injustice began. But if you then go on to subsection 4, it then sets out what those injustices are. It's not left open-ended. It says, a claim alleging historical land injustice shall be permissible, if it was occasioned by A, colonial occupation, B, independent struggle, C, pre-independence treaty or agreement between a community and the government, D, development-induced displacement, for which no adequate compensation or other form of remedy was provided, including conversion of non-public land into public land, E, inadequate land adjudication process or resettlement scheme, politically motivated or conflict-based eviction, and it goes on. It defines what the headings of historical injustice can be. Now, Taita's claim is not about a historical injustice. And I admit straight off the bat that land goes to the heart of Kenya. Land goes to the very heart of our existence. Our colonial legacy is the same as Zimbabwe, is the same as South Africa. We are the only African countries who have white settlers. And what the white people came for was land. And it has remained at the heart of our existence. Now, it is not open-ended. And for me, more profoundly, about Section 13, Section 15.3e has a sunset provision. It has a sunset provision. And that sunset provision provides that that historical land injustice claim must be brought within 5 years of the commencement date of this Act. This Act's commencement date is sometime in May 2012. So it cannot be a claim under this Act. It cannot.
I think we understand this was referred to us by the courts.
I beg your pardon?
This matter was referred to us by the courts. So I think we need, I think we dealt with that. What I need to understand, and I think the counsel for Taita Taveta have made certain submissions that the injustice they are complaining about is occasioned by this 1992 Act, the Provinces and District Boundaries Act. And they made submissions about, after the law was passed, people were moved, were evicted forcefully from their parcel. And I think the county solicitor did respond to that. See, there was some of those things. But here there's a case of a claim that because of a law, it may not necessarily be entirely similar to what Omtata took to court. It may not. I'm not saying it is or it is not. But in their submissions, they did say that this 1992 Act is what caused some of the injustices they are talking about. So I want you to, maybe based on the submission that you made, so I was referring you to this section.
That 1992 Act is now anchored in our Constitution, because devolution takes place by reference to Schedule 1. And Schedule 1 sets out 47 counties. And it is accepted that that is the logic of the boundaries of our counties. It is now anchored in the Constitution.
I think we accept that this commission does not have power to alter boundaries.
Yeah.
And if you look at the line of questioning that we've been having, we actually, in fact, I would even ask the county attorney, are there natives or Drumas who are natives of Kwale who live outside? They have ancestral land outside of the boundaries of Kwale County as we know today. I think the answer from Taita Taveta was given in affirmative. They are actually Taitas who have ancestral claims outside of Taita County. And there's a difference between Taita as a community and their land holding, and Taita County, an administrative polity that is created by laws. So we are not talking about necessarily administrative boundaries. but also claims by communities where they're saying our land was or is, but not because of these boundaries, we were evicted. And I think that's the claims that they're also trying to push through as part of this hearing.
That claim is not substantiated. It is a claim made by either counsel or a witness who is not saying that he was displaced. That is not what the witness is saying.
And I need to be able to say that.
Yeah, the witness is not saying that I was displaced. You haven't heard a voice of a displaced person.
We asked that question as well.
Yeah,
so we have it on record. We asked the question, who was displaced?
Yeah, that is an allegation. And what moved was the boundary. And boundaries move all the time. And the movement of boundaries does not displace population. If you choose to move because you don't want to live in a particular county, then you are not displaced. Boundaries will move all the time. And all that moved was a boundary. And there are several reasons for the movement of a boundary. The provision of services, to make population quotas in electoral areas, and the administrators are free to move boundaries. There is nothing that has been said by Taita Taveta County that questions the logic of why the boundary was moved, other than the sheer fact that they are displaced.
Wakili, this is about jurisdiction. And that's why I was referring you to that section. Because the understanding is we don't have a leg to stand on, because this was an act of parliament that created these boundaries. So I am asking you to comment on that based on this provision in the act.
My direct response to jurisdiction is that there is a sunset clause. And this jurisdiction was extinguished 5 years from May 2012. So after 2017, the Commission loses the ability to use this provision. If it seeks to use it.
No, but you acknowledge that because of an act that created an injustice, as a commission, we can look, that can be a claim before us.
For up to 5 years.
That's fine.
For up to 5 years, from the 29th or the 12th of May 2012. After that, you lose the ability.
That's okay. That's okay. I think point taken. I think I'd also like to hear maybe the other council at an appropriate time. What is your take on that provision? Thank you.
And maybe just to conclude, to ask a body to act without legal foundation is to ask that body to do a favor. And the law constrains. And it is not possible then to act outside the law.
Okay. I just wanted some clarity. Based on the filings by Omtata and the filings by Taveta and the evidence that we had yesterday, is it the position of Kwale County that there is no demonstration of injustice? From the totality of what we had so far.
Chairman, that is the position. There is no injustice. There is displeasure as to the manner in which the boundary is delineated, but there is no injustice.
Yeah, but does the evidence show that there's a claim of injustice by the claimant?
What the evidence shows is that they have brought certain historical documents that show movement of McKinnon Road from one administrative district to another. But they then have not produced any evidence to then particularize the injustice. Moving it from District A to District B is agreed. But there then needs to be something else.
And that includes the evidence that we had live yesterday of some 2 witnesses about some Mwarash, Jomba and Rijani. Your position is that evidence, as we had it, did not demonstrate any injustice, including the documents I've attached.
It doesn't demonstrate any injustice, and it is Kwale's position that those who are in charge of administrative boundaries are free to move them for reasons that they see best. And we all appreciate that my right, Mr. Kisiwa's right, extend only to the point where they begin to infringe on other people's rights. And if the greater community benefits more than me and Kisiwa, then the boundary will be moved. So one or two people's displeasure as to where the boundary is surely cannot amount to a historical injustice.
Okay, so the evidence that you have before you, according to you, is one of displeasure, but it does not get the threshold of injustice.
No, it does not.
Oh. Okay, I think these are the questions that I had. So any further? You are done?
No, that is it. Thank you very much. Nothing else.
Are we ready with that? In the Council Mutua. Are you ready to?
But I believe we still have the surveyor from Taita Taveta, and I believe he has come. He's here, so we need to finish with Taita Taveta because our surveyor is available, so that he can be able to follow up what Taita Taveta says in terms of the expert opinion.
Is the setup? Are we ready to? Okay. I don't know if maybe somebody can move this. We see whether you're able to follow from here. This podium. Yeah, so we shall start with your presentation. What was the name again?
James Mtuachao.
Yes, please. You can do the presentation. And,
Chair, I think before the witness proceeds, I just wish to bring the attention of the commission that he will demonstrate both for Tita and Day as well as also for Makina.
actually, why don't you move closer to him there so that you...
Thank you, Chair. Through your permission, I'd wish to start with the Mtito and Day. And according to the topo map that I was referring to, which is this topo map that is from Survey of Kenya, it is topo sheet number 183/1, and it was developed by Survey of Kenya, that is in 1992, the same year when we had the development of the District and Provinces Boundaries Act of 1992. So this is an assumption that it was a prescription of what was being described in the Act. And according to the Act, allow me to start with what is being defined as per the definition. And when I was saying there is some unclear, there is some ambiguity. Number one, this red color here refers to the boundary. Let me just add a section which is referring to the road. I know it might not be clear, but maybe I can be able to change the color here. I don't know if it will be visible, or maybe I use a different color that is that can be visible more. So you can be able to see this purple color is what is being referred as the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway. So if you get to read the Act, when it comes all the way from Chulu, and Chulu is around on this lower side here, this is where Chulu 2 monument is. So it comes to follow here, but when it reaches at Mtito and Day town, this is the Mtito and Day town. As you can be able to see, this is the Mtito and Day town, this is the Mtito River, and it has been already indicated here clearly, this is the Mtito and Day River. So you can be able to see.
So just for clarity, the Mtito and Day town is the one in shaded in red?
No. Actually, these are just some few parcels that I was able to capture within Mtito and Day town. So one of these is near the Jamia Mosque, this one. Then we have another section that is currently being used by some service stations, similar to this one. And then on this other side where we have LR number 1177, this is where we have the State House, which belongs to Taita Taveta. So the red boundary clearly shows how it has been defined by the Act. However, the ambiguity comes in, including Mtito and Day town. So our assumption is, which part of Mtito and Day is the Act talking about? How, where, and which part of Mtito and Day town? That is the first part of how it has been defined. If we now move ahead,
no, just for the sake of clarity, you know, you're moving very fast because you understand these things. Eh? The red is showing us.
The red is showing the boundary
as per 1992.
As per the 1992 Act.
Okay.
Yes. So I will add another layer, which now indicates how the boundary has been captured by this topo map. By the topo map, that is topo sheet number 183/1. So I will remove the red boundary, and you can be able to see together with the road so that it doesn't bring, so you can be able to see this boundary is as per how it is captured by the topo map. you can be able to see, if I remove this, you can be able to see this plus, 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 minus, plus, minus are the ones that are being used to define the boundary. If you check in the legend, then you can be able to clearly see that this is what is being used to define the boundary, and you can be able to see the Coast Province and the Machakos district by then. So according to the topo map, you can be able to see how it has been moving. And according to this topo map, on this part, you can be able to see if I add the boundary, this is how it has been captured. It moves. So the distance that I was talking about of 800 meters, it is from here. So you can be able to see it is crossing the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, which is this highway, to a distance here, that is 800 meters away from the highway. And then it comes back again to the highway. It follows the highway to around a distance of around 200 meters, and then it carves out the highway partly, a small section here, and then from there it crosses again the Mombasa-Nairobi highway towards the old railway line. This is the old railway line, the Mombasa-Nairobi old railway line that was built in 1902. So you can be able to see, you can be able to see this is Kanga airstrip, and it is part of Taita Taveta County, and it used to belong to Taita district during the old times. So it captures well, and it moves with, we call it the reserve of the old railway line. Ideally, this is what we are referring to as the ideal position. However, this is not according to what the Act refers to. The Act refers to it is going through the Mombasa-Nairobi highway using the western boundary. So, again, other than this, what I was also saying is around 200 meters or around 150 to 200 meters, somewhere around here, along the river, we have a cultural site, which is a shrine that belongs to Taita Taveta. That is where our old fathers used to do their old cultural and traditional sites. And according to, I know there is one witness who was supposed to testify against this, but he's also a member of the Wazes who used to do traditional cultural practices in this area. So if today we say that we ignore that element and we say that we are going to follow the Act as it is described by the 1992 Act, then it means we are excluding our historical site. It means then we have to leave away our traditional aspect, which we have been respecting for so many years. And until to date, actually, our traditional fathers go there to do their traditional practices. So if it is 200 meters away from this boundary that has been denoted by the Act, then it means we are being deprived of our cultural practices. So, Bwana Chair, this is an ideal situation. However, in my previous understanding, and I was saying, I would wish to talk like a layman so that it becomes even clear for us to understand. The traditional practices of defining boundaries was to use physical features like rivers, and we already have Mtito Andei River that was used to describe the boundaries. We were also supposed to use man-made features which were more permanent, and I already shared one. We have the old railway line. At that particular moment, no one could have envisioned or would have tried to move the railway line. It was built in 1902, so it means it's an old man-made feature that could stand to be used for definition of boundaries. Again, it would have been easier if then we could have used what we call man-made features like monuments, and we have beacons. We also have, we call them trig stations, trigonometrical stations, that define areas using specific coordinates, location points. More than that, we can also use the shrines, which were more respected by both communities during all those days. And that's why we were saying, if truly that we are supposed to understand these boundaries, then it means we ought to even go to the ground and even visit the cultural sites so that you can see for yourselves. And then again, we can be able to clearly state that if today we are going to define our boundaries using man-made features like roads, which are bound to change anytime, depending on the status and condition, then it means we will not be describing our boundaries well. And in future, we'll continue having dispute because of those changes. Because if tomorrow somebody comes and interprets the road, and I was also trying to demonstrate, supposedly this road here was shifted maybe a kilometer here. Will we still define that this is where the boundary runs through or not? Or supposing it was shifted on this other side. So a road will not denote the boundary clearly, unlike having a more physical feature or a more permanent feature.
Let me just intervene here. This is what edition? Is this the first edition of these topo maps? Was there another one before this one?
There's never been another topo map that has been developed by Survey of Kenya. This is the
only edition.
The recent one. Yes.
Did you try to look at, is the way you look at the railway and the road, is that the original position of Mombasa Road when it was first built? Has it moved?
I've not been able to get to know in terms of history how it is, but again, if you go to Mtito and Andei town, and according to
I just want to know whether in you doing this, you try to find out whether the road as it is today, is that way it was 20, 30 years ago, or 40 years ago?
Through the chair, there is another. Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, according to what I was shown by all the people who have lived there for some time, there is a road that exists almost some few meters away from the old railway line. There is a road.
So this topo map is for 1992?
1992, yes.
Where was the road before?
Before this, I suppose that there was another road that was almost moving parallel to the old railway line, and it is still existing.
How far from this one? In which direction?
It is here.
It is up?
Yes, here. This is where the road is. It's not showing clearly, but this is where the road is.
What about the railway line?
The railway line has not moved.
It has not
It has not changed.
Is there a difference between Mtito Andei and Mtito Andei town?
Pardon?
Is there a difference between Mtito Andei as an area,
yes,
and Mtito Andei town?
I stand guided through the chair, but I think
the description in the Act talks about it moves northern, easterly, southerly, and easterly by that park boundary. Which park boundary is this one?
Thank you, Chair. And that's why I was saying.
No, just show me which park is it? Where is the park?
Allow me to show you the park.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this is part of Savo West National Park. And as I was indicating clearly earlier, that the park between Savo West and Savo East is separated by the old railway line. The old railway line, and this is how it is. So this is just basically for the part of Taita Taveta where we have Savo. This is Savo West, and this is Savo East, although we have an extension of Savo East that moves ahead to capture the other parts of other counties like Kitui and Makueni, according to how it has been described with their map. So this is their map that describes the Savo East and Savo West. So the boundaries for Savo West is as shown. This is where Savo West boundary is, and as you can be able to see, it moves along the railway line. This is the railway line, and that is where the boundary moves.
Savo Park is surveyed, right?
Yes, it is.
Did you look at its survey plan?
Yes, and that's what I used to...
That's what you used to post it there?
Yes.
So, it says by that park, including Mtito-Andei, it does not say Mtito-Andei town. That's what I'm trying to ask you. There's a distinction between Mtito-Andei as an area,
yes,
and Mtito-Andei as a town, because a town is declared to be a town.
Yes.
Did you get the boundary plan from Mtito-Andei?
For Mtito-Andei town specifically, I have not tried to get the survey
But
plan.
you know there is a boundary plan from Mtito-Andei town?
Yes, I know. Thank you, Chair. Not unless there is any question in regard to Mtito-Andei town.
Yes, let me try with my very limited understanding of this, what you're dealing with. Now, you have told us about the topo map.
Yes.
And the 1992 boundaries, yeah?
Yes.
And you've shown us what it looks like.
Yes.
Then you have added, which you did in the morning, this concept of natural,
physical features.
Physical features.
Yes.
What I wanted to understand is, are you saying that the either of these two tallies with the physical features? Is it that the topo map tallies with the physical features, or is the physical feature aspect a third aspect of the boundary? In other words, is the physical feature concept consistent with the topo map, for instance?
Yes, the physical features are consistent with the topo map because the topo map depicts physical features and man-made features as per how they were captured in 1992.
So you are explaining why it makes sense to use the topo map?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here is topo map and the 1992 boundary conflicting, right?
Yes.
Now, from your understanding, that scenario of a conflicting topo map and 1992 boundary, is it limited to just Mtito-Andei, or is it something that is widespread, say around these two counties, or even other counties?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, at some point we have had challenges in defining boundaries even in other counties, and another example is between Meru and Tharaka Nithi, where the topo maps have also conflicted with the Act. And it is something that maybe through the guidance in terms of how historically people have known their boundaries to be and how they have been respecting them, then we can be able to clearly define so that we can be able to reduce conflicts. So yes, there is some areas where we have conflict, not other than here in Taita Taveta.
In the Act, I'm seeing there are coordinates. Coordinates won't change. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
So where we have used coordinates, are you still saying it is not the way we are going? We are trying to fix these boundaries by using coordinates. Are they still causing problems because the Act has coordinates? It actually tells us how to follow.
Thank you. And I already proven this early in the morning when I was saying, I wish
that even the act could have been very specific, so that the similar way it defined the boundary in the other areas and even in the other regions, to make it easier for us to remove the ambiguity in Titwandei. When the boundary states that it runs from Chulu 2, and you can be able to indicate where Chulu 2 is, there is a monument already in that specific location. We have not interfered both counties, and it is still existing. So what was wrong, because again, in the act, they have used the bearing and distances to define where a boundary passes and where it terminates. How was it difficult to define that specific area of Mtitwandei using distance and bearings as they had done it in other areas, so that it makes it easier? But again, if today you as a commissioner, you get to read that act, it indicates southwesterly, northeasterly, those are some of things that if you're not an expert in that area, you cannot clearly understand. But if it is defined clearly that it moves towards this bearing, maybe 360 degrees or 280 degrees, through a distance of 10 kilometers, it would have been easier. We couldn't have this ambiguity that we are seeing in Titwandei.
But when it talks about going, you're an expert yourself. I'd be at a loss if you, as an expert, said you're not able to interpret this. If it says you travel true south, you can tell true south.
Yes.
You know where true south is.
Yes.
And the assumption is what? You travel in a zigzag manner or in a straight manner?
True south is supposed to travel in a straight manner, not in a zigzag.
That would be the interpretation.
Yes.
Then when it tells you go 30,000 feet true south, then turn 5,000 south, is there an ambiguity?
There is a difference.
You can be able to measure 30,000 feet.
Yes.
And you have the instruments to measure that accurately.
And that is more specific.
And then you can be able to turn south at the point of 30,000 feet.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking, where is the ambiguity in terms of when you read this?
When you read the act, the ambiguity comes because it doesn't specifically indicate at what distance, at what bearing. It just indicates using words, southeasterly, southwesterly. But it is not defined southeasterly, it is moving at a distance of how many kilometers or how many miles at a bearing of which a bearing, because when you say southeasterly runs from 90 degrees to 180. So from 90 degrees to 180, if you are moving in a clockwise direction, then there is a lot of degrees that can be able to define southeastern.
Okay, you talked about some shrines.
Yes.
These shrines, as you speak right now, are outside of Taita Taveta County, if you follow this 1992 Act.
Yes, if you follow the Act, it is outside Taita Taveta County.
Have Taitas been stopped from going to this shrine?
They have never been stopped.
They're able to go there and worship or do whatever culture they're supposed to do unhindered?
Yes.
So where is the injustice then? If they're still able to access these shrines and perform whatever cultural rites that they're supposed to perform?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry, I'll be using a wrong word, but you'll allow me. Chair, you cannot go to someone's bedroom to do your matrimonial acts in somebody's bedroom. Why am I saying so? Chair, if this area is going to be given or it's going to belong to our brothers or our sisters, our sister county, Makueni, it becomes difficult for Taita Taveta to practice purely of Taita Taveta. So we will be depriving them when they will be going to our neighbors to do their traditional
No, they're just going to a neighboring county, but these shrines are Taita shrines, right?
Yes.
That's why I'm asking, have you been stopped from going to these shrines?
No, we have not stopped, but we have limitations.
Which one?
That is,
Or when Taitas are going to the shrine, they're not supposed to be seen by anyone. I'm not. Is that the problem, or what? They're supposed, when you're going to the shrine, you're not supposed to be seen by anybody else. Okay, I don't know what state you go in when you're going to the shrines, but just explain why is it that it's a problem for these shrines to be in a county that is not necessarily called Taita Taveta?
Thank you. Through the chair, again, the shrines are not necessarily areas for where we used to practice our traditional cultural practices, but again, they used to mark boundaries. And that's why we have several. One of it is also in Chulutu. We also have a traditional site, a shrine in Chulutu. So you'll get to realize, other than them serving as traditional sites, they were respected, because other than them being used by the Taitas, when they were, the other communities were coming to Taita Taveta, they used to go through Azes, who will do their traditional practices and welcome them officially to our county. And the same used to happen to the other counties.
But we did have counties, so they were not coming to
I mean the district, sorry.
Let's talk about territory.
Yes,
maybe that may be a better word to use
yes.
for the Taitas.
Yes.
Which would extend beyond the administrative boundaries we have today.
Yes.
So are we having a problem? We are trying to marry the traditional boundaries where you call them figis? Yeah?
Yes.
And the boundaries that were placed by independent Kenya. Are we trying to say that the boundaries should be aligned? That we have the traditional boundaries and these administrative boundaries should be aligned. So all Taitas must exist within a boundary called Taita Taveta County.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are not saying that the boundaries are supposed to limit us as Kenyans in terms of living anywhere.
I'm talking about Taitas.
Yes.
Not
and
Kenyans.
Yes, I'm saying Taitas, they are not limited in terms of where they live. Because, again, in Mtito town, we have so many Taitas that live in Makueni.
That's okay. That's why I'm asking whether the fact that a boundary has passed, does it change the fact that the land, and this may be, the Makueni may come with a different claim, does it change the fact that those lands traditionally belong to the Taitas?
Yes, it changes.
In what way?
Because
were you evicted? Were you told me you're able to access the shrines. Are the people living around this area, are they Taitas or are they Kambas?
They are mixed. So we have Taitas and we also have Kambas.
Landowners?
Yes.
Living side by side?
Yes.
And they respect the Taita tradition in terms of they don't desecrate your shrines or interfere with your traditional practices?
It's true, they don't interfere, but again, that's what I was saying. You see, there is an element of traditional practices that we ought to bring on board so that you can be able to understand. And I've also said that these traditional sites, other than being a cultural area where Taitas used to do their practices, they also used to denote boundaries where both communities used to respect those territories in terms of when they are entering into the Kambaland and when they are moving out of Taita land.
But are those boundaries interfered with? The traditional boundaries, do they still exist?
Yes, they still exist.
Has it not interfered with those boundaries?
They have not been interfered.
Thank you.
Chair, maybe I can ask the witness just one question for clarification. Bwana James, in the definition of the boundary at Mtito Ande under the 1992 Act, does the Act provide any coordinates?
Yes, the Act provides coordinates to some areas.
Does it provide in the whole of the areas? Or please clarify to the Commission what is the difference when you use the topo map and when you use the act. Make it so clear to the commission what is the exact difference that comes in when you use the topo map and when you use the definition that is provided under the act.
Clearly, from what the Act says, the Act uses a description in words, but the topo map gives a more clarity in terms of how and the movement of the boundary, as I've indicated using the topo map. So there is a difference when you say it runs from coordinate, for example, 2, -1, or -2, 1, to a coordinate, let's say 3, 4. So it makes it more specific and clear in terms of when it is defined in that way. So the topo map was used to interpret the act, but not conclusively.
9 over this small bundle. The witness has clearly divined, and if the commission allow me to read it, I can read the second last part of that paragraph.
You're talking about?
Page 79, paragraph 25.
Yeah, have you seen that?
Yes, we have seen the paragraph. The issue we are having is this map, unlike what it represents for me today, this will be the first time that we are interacting with the state government. Is going to present. Because
So
if you look at his annexures, all his annexures are in relation to Mtwande.
But the aspect of the map is there, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Council, but in paragraph 25, he seems to have been given us the coordinates and the description of the boundaries. So, are you opposed to him showing us the boundaries on the map, or?
What I'm bringing to the committee's attention is the fact that, unlike where he is given an opportunity for Mtwande residents to have an interaction with the map with any, he has no annexures in relation to Makinon Road.
But even if we have to go to the ground, we can ask where this coordinate E95, 83, 900 is on the ground. Same way we would ask him to show us where it is on the map. Okay. Okay, proceed.
I think you can proceed because you are just amplifying what you've captured here. And if there's any potential prejudice, we see how to deal with it.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just be very quick. Chair, this is where one of the witnesses yesterday was trying to say that they're being deprived of their bush. This is the bush that they were referring, from Makinon to almost Miasenyi town. This a rectangle here, which is almost like a rectangle, though it looks like a trapezium. It used to belong to Taita Taveta. And this is what and how it used to be. In this town, Chair, there are two important things that are within this town. One, we have a land that it belongs to Kenya Meat Commission. It is a registered parcel of land under registration number LR number 7641/7, and it belongs to the Kenya Meat Commission. This is on the upper side. On this other side, if I introduce the road, sorry. So on this upper part of that is where we have the Kenya Meat Commission. On this lower side of this town used to exist a government land. So this is a government land, and it has a registration number and a plan number 528/200. So, Madam Chair, I would wish to share a map that used to capture this area very clearly. I know I'm using different, but you can be able to see this is how Makinon town used to look like, and it's even clearly indicated here. Allow me to just remove this for now. Sorry. So that you can be able to see that I've not introduced anything new in terms of why we are saying the boundary used to be straight. You can be able to see this is Kilibasi town. This is the Kilibasi, the Kilibasi Hill, not town. This is the Kilibasi Hill. So from Kilibasi, it is supposed to go to where we have the Makinon Road railway station. This is the Makinon Road railway station, this one. From there, it is supposed to run upwards to Galana River, to a hill called Lali Hill. So when we are saying that mistakenly or through some historical injustices, which witness that was trying to explain this, Bwana Mangombe, when this part of Makinon town was being transferred to Kwale, it used to belong to Taita Taveta district. And it is even clear here. You can be able to see how even the land sections were indicated. And this one is used to say this is the coast land unit according to this map of 1939. So it is very evident that we are being deprived one of our own area, and even according to the correspondence that have already been anchored in one of the witnesses' affidavit, it is very clear that Makinon town used to belong to Taita Taveta. Again, this lower part, according to the current description of the map, this part here belongs to Taita Taveta. It is a ranch. The upper part belongs to Taita Taveta, although it is captured by Savo East National Park. So, I'm trying to ask what was the essence of introducing Kwale town deep several miles inside Taita Taveta County, and we say that this area belongs to Kwale district, or it used to belong to Duruma. This area used to belong to Taita Taveta, and the witness that testified yesterday, they clearly indicated that they used to live there. They also have buried, other than being evicted historically, when, you know, it's a history where they were moved to Malindi at some point, that is the Kasagao community within Taita Taveta, and then later on, when they were brought back, that is when they realized that their portion had been taken away. But there have been a lot of resistance in terms of why the town was moved and why it needs to be back to Taita Taveta. Thank you.
Okay, I need I need some clarity on this. So, what is the offending boundary that is the cause of injustice? Is it also, did this come about in the 1992 Act?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Is it the one in red?
No.
Mm.
According to the Act, you see, this is the part that has been omitted. The red part. This red part is the Makinon town, and that is what has been omitted under the current description of 1992. And that is the area where we are saying the then district commissioner of Taita Taveta district had requested the district commissioner of Kwale to assist in taking charge. But later on, when the people...
So I just want to be clear. The original map was showing Makinon being in Kwale, in Taita Taveta.
Yes.
So the change now that is causing a problem was a subsequent survey of 1992.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe to just get clarity, is it the county that is claiming this land, or are they communities or Taitas as a community who are laying claim to this parcel of land?
It's not the county that is claiming. It is the Taita community who we call them the Kasigao community who are claiming. And the reason being, one, we already have a primary school, and it was being indicated yesterday, Dembele Primary School. Dembele Primary School, it is almost close to the edge of this boundary. So it is located within the town itself.
So what is stopping the Kasigao community from, were they evicted from this place?
There were no much eviction, but I've already indicated that there was some displacement at some time, historically. And when these people of Kasigao were displaced, they were deported in Malindi. So when they came back, that is when they found that most of their parcels of land within Makinon town had already been settled by other community.
The commission has received a number of historical claims from Taita Taveta County, but I do not seem to recall, and I think I checked the secretariat, there is none of those historical claims that actually talks about this Makinon town. That's why I'm asking whether is it the county that is claiming, or is it the community? You're saying it's the community, but yet the party before us is the county.
Thank you. Yes, but the county is made up of the communities. Again.
But the communities are not just Taitas, are they?
They are. The Kasigao are Taitas.
I mean, I'm asking the people living in Taita Taveta County, they're not just Taitas.
It's true.
There are other communities.
Yes.
So is the county before us on behalf of the people?
The Taita Taveta residents. The Taita Taveta residents.
The residents?
Yes.
They are the ones claiming this land?
Yes.
Not the Kasigao. Are you changing your...
No, I don't want to change because, again, the Kasigao are also part of the residents of Taita Taveta.
Is there anything wrong with the Kasigaos living in Kwale?
There's nothing wrong.
Have they expressed their desire that they do not want to live in Kwale?
Yes.
They have?
Yes.
In any of the testimonies we have?
Maybe I will seek a clarification from the council. But they have, and as you have said, they have also, the Kasigao community, they expressed their historical injustice, and they shared the same with the commission for assistance. So they have made a claim of historical land injustice for being deported and being deprived part of their land.
Which boundary plan is this you are using? This boundary plan you're showing us, what's the source?
These boundaries, the boundaries that I'm using are from Survey of Kenya. for
Not
the entire
KWS.
country. Pardon?
Not KWS.
No, not KWS.
Where is the source? Can you see the source of that map?
Okay. Unfortunately, this one is we cannot produce the source here because it's not an individual map, but the source is the Survey of Kenya. That is where I was able
So I'm
to
asking,
get.
where did you get from a bigger document?
Yes.
Which one?
The survey map.
Which map? Which survey map? Which one?
I will need to confirm, but it's for the entire Kenya.
And this is an extract?
Yes, this is an extract of what is being represented as the map of Kenyan counties.
Okay, maybe also to clarify a bit, because this may also inform the issue that Council for Kwale was raising, because probably they were not expecting to have to deal with this. In the first one, the Mtito Ande, you were dealing with a comparison between Topomap and the 1982. This one, you are dealing with the pre-colonial and the 1992.
Yes.
But both are Topomap.
No,
Survey maps.
Yes. The other one is the survey map, survey plan. Yes.
So are there issues is there any comparison between the argument you have here and the other one, the issue of the natural?
Thank you.
Do we have it? Do we have that here?
Yes, there's some similarities somehow, because number one, when I was showing this map using this plan, I had already indicated that there is a point here, which is a physical feature, and we call it Kilibasi Hill. On top of Kilibasi Hill, we also have a monument that it has a location. So from my affidavit, when I indicated that the boundary was supposed to be almost a straight line running from here in Kilibasi to a junction, to a point where it coincides with the Athi River or Tana River, and then it moves to another physical feature, that is Delali Hill. That is what I was trying to explain. So there is similarities in terms of how the boundary was supposed to be described in terms of using physical features and the man-made features.
I'd asked for this document before. This is a letter that was written by the Ombudsman. I think it was referred to sometime this morning. So it's the same document. I just want to look at the recommendations which were alluded to by one of the witnesses that was presented by the recommendation. One of the recommendations that is given here was to form a task force with representatives of Survey of Kenya, Department of Lands, and relevant technocrats. So these are essentially experts, okay, to fix this boundary. But also you're saying that they'll not be able to fix because the descriptions in the act are not useful. I don't know that you got my question.
Kindly repeat.
I don't know that you read the report by, he was called who? Council?
Wilson Mwanyumba.
Wilson.
Mwangombe.
Yeah. You read the report. You are familiar with the recommendations?
Yes.
So I'm saying there's a recommendation here about forming of a task force. Essentially, these are surveyors and land experts to affix beacons. What will they use to affix these beacons? You as a surveyor, I'm talking to you as a surveyor.
Thank you. You see, the fixing of the beacons was done using, I would say, guidance. and directions. You cannot go and fix a beacon if it is not described clearly for you to fix.
But there's a methodology.
There is a methodology for fixing.
Okay.
Yes.
And that one among surveyors, you are clear on all the methodologies?
Yes.
There is this other one, that the existing boundaries of counties. This is Dr. Otende Amolo writing. The existing boundaries of counties should be jealously guarded. However, in extremely special cases, Parliament, Senate, and National Assembly should invoke the option of altering the boundaries. So I want to ask, because this keeps on coming up, you seem to be pushing for a boundary change. Yet it has been brought about that we as a commission cannot. Is it in your submission that what you want us is to recommend for a boundary change? You know, you need to be very clear on what you're telling us.
Thank you. Yes. We are also requesting that the commissioner should also propose for change of the boundaries. And the reason being, we are also claiming these areas historically. And we have already shared our evidence that if today we are going to maintain the boundaries as they are, then it means you're going to deprive Taita Taveta the areas they used to own historically.
Thank you. Council, is it Cherono? You raised an objection, but we said we were getting guidance. How can we cure this? Do you have a problem with the illustration you've gotten? Something that we can address in some way?
The problem that we had is the fact that we did not have the opportunity of seeing the map that he's referring to, or rather what is presented to the commission this evening beforehand.
As I'm asking, how now that we thought it's useful for us, and it was arising from some evidence in this affidavit, do you want to have this cured in some other way? Do you want to counter it at some point?
Perhaps
have your own presentation?
Yes. Our client, maybe with regards to having our own surveyor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just deal with it. If you want to come back to us and say there's something you want to present to deal with it, that's fine. So, of course, this was an interlude because we had finished with Kwale. We had to move on to Makueni, but this was what you had written in the morning to cover. I think we are done with that.
Yes, I'm done, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we are back to Council Matua. You see it's 5 o'clock. Do you want to start? How long, what do you have?
Well, depending on what the commission's position is and what probably the other participants say, it would have been good for our surveyor to just follow up with a demonstration. However, if
on this.
On this.
Okay, actually I forgot to ask because in the morning we had asked the surveyor was here.
But Chair, we are still open to coming in the morning to demonstrate our part of position in respect of the position of Motutuande.
Okay, would it be a good idea to start with that? In your case, I don't know, depending on how you want to present it, do you want to start with this so that we clear with their understanding and your understanding? It's up to you.
Yes, we could demonstrate now. If,
no, not necessarily now. Of course,
yes.
we are trying to plan. Okay, before we go into that, in terms of your your presentation, your witnesses? How long are you looking at?
I'm looking at probably for the surveyor who is technical, it will take about, say, 30 minutes. Then we have the former CS who will take another probably, call it about an hour. And then we have a former chief who has also sworn an affidavit. It will take also an hour.
Okay, what we are thinking is we could deal with your surveyor now.
Yes.
Then in the morning we start with the others. We are trying to see how we manage the time tomorrow. If it's available to present now, but we can take a bathroom break and come in 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Or we just...
I think we start tomorrow. I think we have stretched ourselves.
Okay. Can we start? We are trying to manage time for a number of reasons. Can we start early, like 8:30? Or is that too early?
It may be too early, especially we have the mzee coming from Mutitu one day. Could we start at 9:30 then? Chair will finish because we have only only Makueni tomorrow. We'll be able to finish if we start at 9:30. 9.
Let's start at 9.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's start at 9. There's a reason also we wanted to see whether we could see how quickly we can conclude in the morning. So and then we can also give the ruling that on the issue Councillor Nyamodi raised in the morning. So let us meet here at 9. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Let us close with a word of prayer. Let's all believe and pray. Mighty and everlasting King of glory, you are before thy presence this evening, God. I want to thank you and to honor you, Father, given and rest of our Lord. Thank you, King of glory, even for the proceedings we had today. My Father, even as we aspire, Lord, to proceed tomorrow on matters to do the liberating land issues, my Father, Lord, may you guide us, Lord, to do that which is. For in Jesus' name I do pray.